right, let's go ahead and get this meeting kicked off. Call this meeting to order, the City Commission meeting, February the 11th, 2025. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting, that would be great so we don't get disturbed with somebody getting a phone call, or at least the ringtone for a phone call. Thank you very much for that. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Kerwin?
Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Okay. Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Seekerson Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fanier?
Here.
Mayor Harden?
Here, thank you for that. All right, our invocation today is going to be given by the Reverend Ronald Perkins, a senior chaplain. So if we can please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend?
Good afternoon. The Lord be with you. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Let us pray. Eternal Father, as we come together this afternoon, we pray you share your light, grace, and peace on all those participating in these proceedings. We humbly ask you to bring our city leaders the wisdom to govern fairly while remembering those that are poor, homeless, the young, and the aged. We ask your blessings upon all those gathered to share in our democratic process today. We pray, Father, that you guide our elected leaders today and throughout their time of service, giving them wisdom, courage, and foresight to provide for the needs of all our people. We ask you, Lord, for the grace to show charity and justice to all that come before our city commission. Lord, we pray that you protect those that protect us each day, our law enforcement officers and firefighters, as well as our military personnel deployed in harm's way. Surround them with your grace and return them safely to their loved ones when their duties are done. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. That takes us up to approval of minutes. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of January 28th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this afternoon, we will be postponing item number 6 until the May 13th, 2025 meeting. So item number 6 will be postponed until May 13th. Are there any other changes to our agenda, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
And second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we will be pulling items 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, and 3 will be pulled for individual discussion. Item number 4 can be brought up during audience to be heard if anyone chooses. So that is the consent. All right, that takes us up to a special presentation. We indeed have we've got a great start to this meeting, to be honest with you. We have a special presentation donation to Community Court. Jim Jankowski from Cutting Edge Industries will present a $50,000 check. Donation to Cassandra Rhett, our homeless housing social services. That'll be followed by the Black History Month proclamation right over here at the side. So, Cassandra?
I feel like I'm in trouble.
Wow. Gotta get you over here. Okay, Cassandra Rhett, our homeless housing specialist here.
Thank you, Jim Jankowski, for your generous donation and for always supporting our mission here at the city of Pompano Beach. And I can't thank you enough, and I'm sure that it's going to be used in the proper manner of housing and getting those off the street that can't help themselves.
Here is Jim Jankowski, Cutting Edge Industries. Jim, thank you so much for your donation. We appreciate it. The folks that this money is going to help appreciate it so much. So thank you so much. Please say a few words.
Do I have 3 minutes?
Yeah, you got us on.
All right, so we won't hit the buzzer. Hey, everybody, Commissioner, Mr. Harrison, Mr. Mayor, everyone else, I appreciate everything. Today is about giving some hope to some people that want to change. Cassandra and I have worked a few times together. And one of the things that we've always run into is the money. So this is for you, and this is for to help the people really in need that want to change their life. I believe that this is just a time where I've always here we're going to help the homeless. So I'm going to be the one to step it up first. You know, you got to lead by example in life, and I've been homeless a few times. Everyone sees today what I've accomplished, but they don't look at what I've went through to get to where I'm at. That's the hard part. My first truck, I slept in the bed of the truck for 60 days. My first warehouse that I got, I lived in it for 6 months. So it's a sacrifice of how I've gotten here, and that's why I want to give back to everybody. Because there's that one person out there that just needs to change. To be honest with you, they just need hope and a hug. The other people we can't help, but we can help at one person at a time. So that's all I got to say. With 3 minutes left.
That's fantastic. You know, we can only hope that this will take place in every community across this country. The need, we all know the need is out there. The need is tremendous. It's a bottomless pit almost of need out there, and there's just not enough dollars to go around. There's certainly not enough tax dollars, but with people stepping up to help in the process, and like Jim said, if we can help one person, that makes a difference for one person, it's well worth it. But we appreciate it, Jim. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you guys do. Cassandra, and thank you. Very good. Like I said, what a great start to the meeting. Next up, we've got a proclamation, Black History Month proclamation. Commissioner Perkins, would you like to join me here? Also, we've got some folks going to join us to accept the proclamation.
As Mr. Miller come up, we want to recognize Black History Month, and for me, Black History Month is every morning I wake up. So we wanted to think of someone that has done a lot and has given back to this community, and that has been Mr. Miller. He has served on several boards here in our city. He's retired, and we just want him to receive the proclamation for Black History Month because we want to acknowledge those that came before us that made an impact. So with that, we'll let you present the proclamation, and maybe Mr. Miller would like to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perkins. Appreciate that, and thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate that, and we're honored by your presence. Yep. Yeah. Well, so let me read this, then we're going to have you say a few words here in the microphone. How's that? Here's the proclamation. Whereas February has been designated as Black History Month and will be observed and celebrated in our community. And whereas Black History Month serves as an opportunity to reflect on the injustices and inequities of the past, to educate ourselves on the progress made, and to recommit to the ongoing pursuit of equality and justice for all. And whereas, since 1976, every American president has proclaimed February as Black History Month. And whereas, We honor the ongoing efforts of our community leaders, activists, educators, and visionaries who continue to advocate for justice, equity, and inclusion, inspiring us all to work towards a more united and unbiased society. And whereas the national theme for the celebration of Black History Month in the year 2025 is African Americans and labor, focusing on the significant role Black people have played in the workforce throughout history, encompassing both the challenges of slavery and the contributions of Black laborers across various industries and movements for social justice. And whereas during this 96th anniversary year of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s life, let us reflect on his words and vision and consider what each of us can do today to help keep his dream alive. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor of the City of Pompano Beach, on behalf of the entire City Commission and residents, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in the City of Pompano Beach. Done this 28th day of January, well, it was going to be done the 28th day of January, but done today. Rex Harden, Mayor. So thank you so much, and please, everyone who hears this, let's celebrate Black history all month long. Well, more than that, let's celebrate Black history every day of the year. It's not Black history, it's American history. We're all in this together. It is one united community, one united country. Let's all work together to make our union stronger. Thank you so much. Mr. Miller, now. Here comes a microphone. Yeah, here comes a microphone. Right. Real close. Speak it.
Thank you so much for having me here today, and I'm happy to come back to see so many. I'm happy to hear the mayor say that it's American history and that it should be inclusive. I hope we will continue to keep each group here and that we will all work together as Americans to keep our country going and keep it united for the betterment of our city, our county, our state, and the world.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Perkins, thank you for that great idea to include folks from our community there. Appreciate that. All right. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Kervin?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 3 speakers.
Okay, good.
First speaker, Dawn Smith, followed by Jackie Moreland, followed by Tondra King.
Very good. Good afternoon. Just name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street here in Pompano. Been here since '88. Own my home outright. My business is here. I'm now retired. I'm 72. Have an issue with neighbor next door has a duplex, has turned a single-family residence into duplex, and has a drug addict in there, and she and my wife go at it. The first part was she complained about our Seminole-built tiki hut. You may recall I was here in your last term, and with Allison's help, we've got some stuff going with that. But the problem has not gone away. When the inspectors came out about that, rather than realize what the situation was, they doubled down and gave me violations for work that had been done on a dock and a seawall back in 2004, over 20 years ago. Emergency work after Hurricane Francis, I believe it was. So we've been going through hassles with the city trying to get all the engineering backdated. It's just basically throwing money down a hole. That's why I'm back here. The situation with the girl next door is completely out of control. She pulled a gun on Elena. I have here 5 subpoenas where we have to go now and testify for the police. She assaulted the police. She has felonies. She no-shows, but it takes our time. And all this is over somebody that's living in an illegal duplex with many more violations. It's been suggested I sign the way she signed about my tiki hut and have them go against her. I won't do that because I knew this was going to, what a wildcat she was, didn't help any. She's still a wildcat. So all I'm asking is, put this thing on hold. They have me before the Unsafe Structures Board, the magistrate. Tomorrow's hearing. We've filled out all we can fill out, but it's just at an impasse. It threatened, of course, the fines and to, lien my home, and it's just not right. I was reading your promise on the back of your card, which I think is great. Isn't working for me. I was also reading the 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction equal protection under the law. Get her. Leave us alone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming forward. Appreciate it. And I know that if things that are before code enforcement and stuff like that, special magistrates, oftentimes the special magistrate gives ample opportunity for additional continuances and things like that. But that's before the special magistrate. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jackie Moreland.
Good afternoon. Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, Pompano. I'm here to follow up with the email that I sent all of you. I heard from City Manager Harrison regarding the Braggs Criswell substation, and I asked for a response from you, Mayor, and I had not heard. I know, Mr. Harrison, you said that you would get back with me regarding, I think after your meeting with Commissioner Perkins, and give me a follow-up. And there were some other things in the email that you said that you wanted to speak with me about and that you would contact me, so I'm waiting on you to do that. But Mr. Mayor, I just want to know your thoughts on this situation. And this is dear to me because Mr. Criswell was my neighbor. And I watched him as one of the, I think he was the second or third Black police officer in Pompano. And he was a man of the community, just like my father. And I saw the great work that he did. So if this money was allocated and promised for this building to be erected, I think we should stay with that and continue to work forward to that. And it shouldn't take forever and a day. And I'm just concerned about the timeline and how long it's going to take and, what we're going to do. I see no movement, I hear no movement, and I just wanted to know your thoughts and your concerns because Mr. Braggs and Mr. Criswell were icons in our community as it relates to law enforcement, and law enforcement is a big part of my family, and I think it's important that we remember these men and that we not let their legacy go in vain, especially being Black History Month, and as the things that you just said, we want to remember these men and the good work that they did. There was a building at one point named after them. It's no longer in existence. And so I think if that was, when we went to that budget meeting last year, it went from the money being allocated for it, and then all of a sudden it was on a wish list. So I'm just wanting to know, as a citizen, for my community and something that could be beautiful in my community, where do we stand with this Braggs Criswell substation?
I don't know. You've been working with the city manager on it.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, the city manager and I are supposed to meet. I've had to cancel 1 or 2 meetings with him, but we are to meet to, I guess he have a location in mind. So we'll probably do that within the next week or two, get together and find that location, and I will keep you definitely informed on that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully we can get started on this right away because
Okay.
it's been in the making for a while.
Okay, and I think there's so many other positive things can come from this, just the building being in the neighborhood itself and the use that it can have in our neighborhood and a place for us to come and be able to have that community type policing that we need. I don't know what other neighborhoods, what other districts, how your policing works for you. I mean, policing is policing, but sometimes it takes a different kind of touch. And I think that is definitely definitely what is needed for our community. And it would be nice for you to answer the email. Just say, I got it, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Tondra King.
Good day, Tundra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street. I just want to talk a little bit about the event on Sunday for my sorority sister, Linda Houston Jones. I think the Arts Committee was a part of that. It was extremely nice. I love the statue that they unveiled for her, and I just think we need to remember the legacy of persons like Mrs. Jones. There's many others, and it's those things like that that definitely are eye-opening for our community, to teach our kids about their history and some of the pillars that were in our community. So Linda Jones was an amazing person, a part of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta, in the North Pompano Beach chapter. We miss her dearly, and it was an amazing event on Sunday. And thank you to the city of Pompano and to those who worked on it.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right.
Mayor, that concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving item number 4?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That takes us up to item number 1 as a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a grant agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Broward County, accepting a grant in the amount of $13,500 to support cultural arts programming and confirming the city's contribution in an amount of $16,500, providing an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The black box space at the Ally Building, can you tell me who will be directing this particular project?
Sure. Ty Tabing, Cultural Affairs Director. That space, like the rest of the Ally complex, will be programmed by the Cultural Affairs Department. We've added that to our ongoing programming roster and are going to launch the black box. The opening has been postponed to August as a result of the construction schedule. And we're receiving this grant as part of a $30,000 program. And the $13,500 from the county will allow us to partner with some existing community partners and provide grants to them, stipends to them, to really test this space and see what kind of works best. The space will have 100-seat occupancy, and so you can move the chairs and reconfigure the room in a lot of different configurations. And so we're going to try it out with a lot of different types of programming, from dance to film to theater, to really see what works best in that space.
Okay. So we received a grant from the county, and it says from October 1st, 2024 to September 2025. So we have to utilize this money before September 30th?
That's correct. We have until September 30th to expend the funding. We've already spoken to the grants manager with the county, explaining to them that this is going to be at the back end of the fiscal year. We plan to, like I said, open in August, and around Labor Day have a series of opening events to really kind of showcase the new space.
Okay. Do we plan, and this is probably a little bit off, do we plan to have a person in the future basically over or running or director of the Ally Building and the activities that take place there?
So we have a cultural leader who is the on-site leader of all programs that are booked there, and her name is Natasha, who I'm sure you know, and she's charged with making sure that all of the events flow and are programmed. She reports to Adrian Clark, who's in charge of our community-based programming. So between the two of them, they provide the programming direction for Ally as well as the Blanche Shealy House Museum.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm looking forward to opening in August.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 2 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, rescinding the City of Pompano Beach Resolution number 2021-306 relating to a state highway lighting maintenance and compensation agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida Department of Transportation for lighting improvements on various streets within the city, providing an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In the backup, it says that we will be getting lighting for various streets, and in the backup, there was nothing to say which streets, because I know that we have not placed any lighting pretty much in Kendall Green. So there is nothing in the backup to indicate where they will be placed. Do you have any idea, or is there a list already in place?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. Commissioner, these are specific to state roads. This agreement came to us from FDOT District 4, and it is to provide illumination for state roads in the city. So there's no neighborhoods. It's all strictly existing lights on those state roads. And so this is an administrative action. FDOT sent that to us and asked for us to approve the agreement. And they found out we already have a contract in place that can provide the same compensation to the city. So it was decided that was not needed. So we have to rescind the resolution that Commission approved September 2021.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane. It's always very dark right there at the bus terminal, Dixie Highway, and is it 3rd? If you're going right across to where Pick and Pay and Ward City is, that intersection, like somebody almost hit me. It's really dark right in that intersection, and I don't know if this lighting has anything to do with that lighting, but it's extremely dark right in that area. And I see the street lights, but they're never on.
Is this?
Okay, well, Mr. McCon, you're hearing it.
I will say there has been a chronic problem with those streetlights on Dixie Highway. That's probably right there where that bus terminal is. And those are FPL-owned lights. It's their responsibility to maintain, and we constantly let them know that whole circuit can be out quite often. And we've agreed.
So
I'll follow up to see if it's out again, and
yeah, I mean, that's if FPL won't maintain the lights, I mean, I don't know what we do about that.
It seems to be a recurring problem with the service, which those lights are installed on a high distribution electric line, so there's plenty of electricity available, so I don't know the technical reason for that. But it's
okay. Well, let us know, because we can contact FPL, I mean, government services folks, and yeah, they're very responsive. I mean, they have been. So if there's an issue there, please just let the commission know also. Yes, very good. It's okay. Let's go ahead and finish with the public. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And I know it's not relevant to this item because this is just administrative, but I also get a lot of complaints, which I forward along, about streetlights being out. And I recently sent an email to FPL asking if maybe we could do some kind of inventory in our city of this, because it's turned back on the residents to report this, and then they have to wait 30 or 40 days to get resolution. So given the number of complaints that I hear, and obviously there's other issues in other neighborhoods, I was wondering if we could maybe see if FPL could work with us to do some kind of inventory of what's out and what's going on, and maybe do some updates and repairs, because there are a ton of them out in the neighborhoods in my district too.
good point. And you'll notice there are new street lights going up in neighborhoods to continue throughout the city. One feature of those lights is a beacon on that light, and it sends a signal back to FPL's central street lighting office, and they know instantly when that light goes out. But they still report whether you report it or they know about it, they say they estimate 45 days to come and get the light back active again. But they have put technology in place to help notify them better when there's a light out.
Right, so I'm aware that the new lights that have been installed are FPL's responsibility, but I'm dealing with neighborhoods that have a lot of the older lighting also, where you've got to find the identifying tag on the pole and go through a very manual process. So, and there are, a good percentage of them are out. So I would like to see FPL and us work together to try and repair some of those, the older streetlights in particular that don't self-report. Thank you.
Understood.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fesick, then come back to Commissioner Perkins.
This is just, and this is again, not probably 100% related to this, but I've received emails, and I know you've seen them as well, from a woman who's dealt with the brightness of the lights in the neighborhoods, and they are FPL lights. So again, if we could, I know that she's dealing with that and has put blinding, blind up curtains, light blocking curtains. It's not working. It's a huge inconvenience for that whole street. So if we could just, while we're having the conversation with FPL, to ensure that some lights are working, maybe we can have some that are working better for the neighborhood that they serve.
Okay. We have, when we receive complaints, we let FPL know, and they attempt to provide a solution by providing a back shield on that light. So when we get those complaints, that's our attempt to try to resolve it. I understood that most people are happy with that solution, but it doesn't solve all problems. But that's the way we try to address those issues, but to those.
Yeah, so those complaints that we receive, we can give you the, the address where some of the residents would like a shield placed. We can just give you the address where that's located. Okay. I've gotten a lot of calls about Dixie Highway, and the lighting is out from Copans, I think all the way to MLK. So Dixie is considered a state road?
No. It used to be, but Dixie Highway, that was transferred to the city. All of Dixie Highway within the limits of Pompano Beach is now the city's road.
City. So what is considered a state road in the city? Federal Highway and?
Well, correct. Federal Highway, Power Line Road, portions of Atlantic Boulevard, Sample Road.
Okay.
I-95, of course, but that's kind of just through us. And then,
Oh, yeah, we've had some issues as well on Power Line Road with the lighting out. I think I've called you about that before. But also there's some issues on MLK with the lighting off as well, and Andrews Extension. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item number 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute work authorization number 12 in the amount of $170,895 pursuant to the contract for consulting professional services between the City of Pompano Beach and HDR Engineering, Inc. for Air Park Consulting Services, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fesick. Commissioner?
So one of my first questions regarding this particular item was, given that there are so many other items on the agenda that have to do with the air park, I would like a little bit more of background, which I'm sure Ms. Good will be able to provide for us before voting on it. Thanks.
Sure. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. So this project is part of several projects that were identified in the Air Park Master Plan that was completed in 2021. And in general, it's to make the area safer. So at the west end of runway 1028, we're going to be installing an island, reworking some drainage swales and lighting so that the pilots can maneuver onto the runway in a more safely fashion and mitigate or reduce the expanse of pavement that's there, just allowing them to kind of go anywhere they want to go. So we're going to restrict and reduce the pavement, and again, include an island within that so that it guides the pilots onto the runway and we don't have any incursions.
Okay, so I'm seeing here that there's a small map. Does this have anything to do with any of the, will this be interfered with anything that's happening on the agenda today with the new designation? Is any of that section of the map, if you were to lay one on top of another, or is it just all within the air park itself already existing?
Correct. Everything that's part of this Air Park Master Plan is everything that is airside. I believe the other items that will be talked about today are landside and for a future development, but that does not include anything that's before you on this item.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Marilyn DiMartini, 1110 Northeast 27th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I'm just curious why we are spending so much on consultants for the air park when the same consulting company has been employed by the air park for some time. The current master plan was from 1921 to 2021 to 2024. And I've asked Steve Rocco about its being updated since we're in 2025. He said he was trying to find money to do that. I'm just asking the City Commission why we are spending $170,000 with the same consulting company that the air park has been using for quite some time. They already know what the project is. It just seems like an incredible amount of money to spend on the same company for the same issues when we have been asking as a community about noise mitigation and toxic lead pollution investigation. We think that those monies would be better spent by the city to help support its taxpayers and residents who are being assaulted daily by the flight schools at the airport. We understand the air park is a very important amenity for our community. We accept that. It was here, we know, long before a lot of our houses were, but a lot of our houses have been there quite long too. I just question the expenditure by the city to do this consultant plan now when we have a lot of other airport issues, as Commissioner Fessica said. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Good, can you answer why we use this particular consultant?
Sure. So two-part questions. This is the current air park layout plan is from 2021. The last one we conducted in 2008. We try to update it every 10 years. Within that 10-year time frame is when we actually bring the projects online and implement everything that was part of the overall plan. In 2022, we solicited for air park designers so we could bring them under our CCNA guidelines per the Florida state statute and undertake these projects so we wouldn't have to expend city resources putting these design projects out for solicitation. So the state statute allows us to put out a solicitation, grab a pool of designers and put them on our list. Currently, when we did this in 2022, there were only 2 companies that responded, and we selected both of them, and we give them both equal amount of work. So they're the only 2 that we're interested in. We're bound by the state statute to only hire those 2 consultants to perform these design services for us, and so that's why we're giving these companies the work.
Very good, thank you for that. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, excuse me. Who are the consultants?
The sub-consultants or the 2 prime consultants for the CCNA?
Yeah, I see HDR, but here on the signatures of Victor and Doze.
So the 2 prime consultants that we expressed interest and we procured their services under the CCNA is HDR, and then the other is Kimley Horn. For this particular item, Kimley Horn, HDR is the consultant, and their sub-consultants, one of them is Keith Team for the surveying, the other is Quantum for the electrical, and I think that's it for the sub-consultants. This is a relatively minor project in nature.
Okay. Thank you. I did see HDR. I didn't see Horn. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor?
Is the FAA requiring this work due to safety concerns at that end of the runway? Because I think the other work that we were doing, there were safety issues on the east side.
That's correct. It is part of the air park layout plan that they approved, and hence them funding it, as well as FDOT. So they do require that we make these upgrades and enhancements. Otherwise, there could be other repercussions with FAA and the current layout of the air park as it is today. So we're kind of bound by their standards.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Festick. Pardon me.
And just to clarify, again, this is specifically related to making sure that the air park, the runway is up to date, similar to previous work that has been done, and it's not an expansion, it's just simply a widening of the concrete and an island to guide them.
Safety.
It's actually, the bulk of the work will take place on the taxiways to the runway, and we're actually reducing the pavement that's out there today and making it swale and grassy area to better guide. It's kind of like having a 6-lane highway. If you don't have stripes, everyone just kind of drives where they will. This is equivalent to that, so we're reducing the expansive pavement that's out there, reducing it, removing a portion of it, making it into an island and sodded area so that the pilots are better guided as to how to maneuver to the runway.
And then I noticed that there was a wildlife component in there as well. Is there anything that's going to be done as part of the design to help sort of, I know that they've said gopher tortoises and things like that are
Growing owls, yeah.
Are part of they try to keep them off the runway. Is there something in there that the design process that will also try to mitigate that?
Not to keep them off the runway, the services that are part of this item is to ensure that there are none out there or in the area of the work limit. If we do encounter any, there are mitigation procedures that we have to follow to protect the wildlife, but there is no plan or mitigation efforts that will be implemented to reduce wildlife. It's just keeping them grass mowed, reducing water, standing water, things that would attract wildlife is about all we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Mayor?
Mr. Harrison?
Just want to make sure everybody understands that of this $170,895 for the project, $12,344.75 is city. The rest of it is grants from FAA and FDOT.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Absolutely. Commissioner Fessick?
Follow-up question then. Mr. Harrison, so with that said, with the FAA grant, by accepting a grant with the FAA, does that obligate us to any future work at the air park?
No.
No, just what is in front of you right now is all this applies to.
Perfect, thank you.
And he makes a very good point. For the majority of the projects and enhancements that we do at the air park, 90 or 95% of them are typically funded by FAA and FDOT, which is how we're able to, and I'm going to give credit to Steve Rocco, the air park manager. He does a phenomenal job of applying for these grants, as well as the consultants that are working with us and looking out for those. Pompano's been one of the higher recipients of these grants. So I think he does a really, really good job at finding the monies for these enhancements.
Thank you.
Very good. Good job, Mr. Rocco. Absolutely. All right, anything further from the commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 5 is quasi-judicial in nature. Mr. Berman will outline the procedures we will use. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone wishing to testify on item number 5 must be sworn in and may be subject to cross-examination by the City Commission or by interested parties. Individuals who address the City Commission should state their name and whether they have been sworn. City staff will make its presentation or introduction first, followed by the applicant or anyone else who wishes to testify. After the applicant's concluding remarks, the hearing portion will end and the City Commission will make its consideration. All those who wish to testify on item number 5, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and the City Clerk will swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Very good. Item number 5 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, abandoning a portion of a 25-foot wide access easement located south of Park Central Boulevard, north of Copans Road, and west of North Andrews Avenue, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of the request to amend on a 24-foot wide access easement on a parcel located at 200 Park Central Boulevard, north of Popens and west of Andrews Avenue. There have been no changes since first reading. Both myself and the applicant are present if you have any questions.
Very good. Just to, does the applicant wish to make any presentation, or is just here for questions? Questions only. Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item number 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement between the City of Pompano Beach as lessee and TD Equipment Finance, Inc. as lessor with respect to the acquisition, purchase, financing, and leasing of certain equipment, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents required in connection therewith, and authorizing all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by this resolution, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Furtado.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner. Allison Furtado, Finance Director. After evaluating the financing results for equipment acquisition, TD Bank was selected after a thorough solicitation of proposal. It offers a competitive fixed rate of 3.839% for a 5-year term through a tax-exempt lease. This selection aligns with the fiscal year 2025 approved capital outlay budget and supports the city's goal to secure cost-effective long-term financing for essential capital acquisitions. Therefore, I request your approval to proceed with TD Bank to finance the equipment lease agreement for a closing of February 20, 2025. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So this is the item that we contemplated at the last meeting. Did the rate change?
No, the rate did not change. I requested that same night to see if the bank would allow for an extension, and they did for until the close on February 20, 2025.
Okay. So, like I said at the last meeting, I understand that we need this mechanism to finance the list on our capital budget, but I still have a lot of concerns about the discussion that was had at the last meeting and the procurement process for these items. A lot has transpired since then. So can I go through some slides down there? Will you give me some leeway to go through what has happened since then?
Let's stay focused on the leasing.
Well, it is. It's the items that we will buy if we approve this.
The capital products? I mean, capital...
The capital items, yes.
Capital items?
Yeah.
Well, that's really, I mean, that's...
Okay, so I'll just read it here if you won't. But
Sure.
So at our last meeting, the minutes of the meeting state, Vice Mayor Fournier inquired whether large purchases like fire engines would return for commission approval. There was some discussion. It was a little unclear. City Attorney Mark Berman confirmed that once financing is secured, departments will procure items at the best prices. Mayor Harden asked for clarification on whether the fire truck purchase would return for commission approval. Mayor Harden also noted that larger items like the fire truck were in the approved budgets, but purchases like a fire truck still require procurement and commission approval. So I don't want to make this about a fire truck because it's just happens to be one of the items on that list. But since that meeting, it became clear that that fire truck had already been acquired and has been here in Pompano, and there's been quite a process, including a public record request that left out certain material contracts and communications, and that's why I would like to go through some of that.
Having to do with the procurement or the lease?
The lease enables the procurement, so it is still unclear to me if approving the lease thereby allows the city to go out and procure every item on that list without bringing those items back to us. So they are inextricably linked at this point until we have accurate answers.
Oh, Ms. Furtada,
So I guess
you know-
my questions can be for Mr. Berman. So
okay, Mr. Berman.
Certainly. No, those items will not come back. I know the purchasing director came back and testified otherwise, but she's kind of new to this process. Section 32.39 of the city's Code of Ordinance, subsection C, says the general services director, with the concurrence of the city manager, shall have the authority to approve the award of all non-construction capital budget items. And that's what we're talking about, capital improvement items that were specifically named in the budget that the commission approved. Capital budget to approve the award of all non-construction items that have been approved for the current fiscal year budget during the normal budget process. The approval authority is, regardless of purchase costs, subject to funding appropriations and is not a waiver of competitive bidding requirements in 32.39. And that's why I said at the meeting initially, I don't believe that's how it's done. And then there was testimony that was contrary to that. Now, I had recalled bringing a fire engine previously to the commission, bringing a suction truck for sewage previously to the commission, and after the meeting, I went back and checked all those items, approved items. They were separate over and above what was approved in the budget. For probably since I've been here, and it's been quite a while, these items are not brought back to the commission for approval once they are approved as part of the budget and it's in our code. And that's how it's been done. The problem was that this specific vehicle was ordered. The financing was not yet available. There was a delay because of the bond process, as it normally would have been. That's how it was done previously. Now, we have met, staff has met to take steps to make sure that this type of thing doesn't happen again, that everyone is aware of what was ordered, that the commission is aware of what's ordered before it goes to budget process. And it was a glitch that took place, and measures are being taken, as far as I know, to make sure that doesn't happen again. But this item is not just for that fire truck, of course, as you know. This is for the other fire truck and all the trucks and all the equipment. Those do not come back, and that's the answer to your question.
okay, so you are explaining how things have been done. The issue I have, or one of the many issues I have, is that our procurement ordinance changed in 2024. So how things were done might not be how they should be done now. So I would agree that the prior ordinance said the approval authority, regardless of purchase cost, applies only to those items that will be obtained at the approved budget costs or less. The City Commission must approve the award of the capital items whose acquisition cost is greater than previously approved in the budget process. So I also, in the contracts that the city provided, I went through an assortment of them this morning and found a handful of them and a random sample of items that were in the capital budget under the prior ordinance that cost more than what was budgeted and never came back to this body. So there is a history of not following what our prior ordinance was, because it said that if it costs more, it needed to come back. And there's trucks, there's garbage trucks, there's all kinds of things that were over the budgeted amount that never came back before this board. So the prior procurement ordinance, we weren't following. I wouldn't call it a glitch. I would call that a violation of the law. Now, the current ordinance says something different. It does say it is not a waiver of the competitive bidding requirements in 32.39 herein. So is your position that we don't have to abide by A or B for items that are in the budget? Because it says it doesn't waive this 32.39, and you're saying it does waive A and B and the rest of this?
As written, C is an exemption to A and B. C deals with a different matter. C deals with budget-approved capital improvement items.
So your reading is not, when it says, is not a waiver of the competitive, C says this is not a waiver of the competitive bidding requirements in 32.39 herein. So there's no competitive bidding requirements for any of these items?
No, that's not, and that's not what that says in C. It says it doesn't have to come back for approval to purchase. It means that it still must be competitively bid. It's not waiving any requirement. Anything that's purchased as a capital improvement item still has to be competitively bid. That's what this says. It
So
doesn't
if
waive.
it's not waiving A and B, B says any purchase set forth in the amount of $200,000 or more shall be approved by the city commission.
I don't understand your question. B is separate. For capital improvement items, C says that they don't have to come back before the commission, but they still must be competitively bid. In other words, whether it's $1, whether it's 200,000, even if it's under the limits of A and B, it still has to be competitively bid. You can't just go out and buy anything you want. It still needs to be competitively bid. C makes it clear these don't have to come back before the commission. A and B sets limits of pricing, which what has to go before the commission. C says this doesn't, but it still must be competitively bid. For example, a fire truck purchase off of a cooperative purchase, or a piggyback purchase, or a bid to go out and purchase. However it's purchased, it still has to be properly bid. It's not waiving bidding requirements so that the taxpayers get their bang for the buck. As far as what you have found, that's something to talk with staff and management about. I'm trying to answer your question as to the process of whether this is going to come back.
And this lays out the process, right, for competitive bidding?
The normal process, not for items that have been approved in the budget.
Right,
That's in
except it
subsection
says
C.
it doesn't waive the rest of this ordinance. If it didn't say that, I would agree with you, but it says this authority is not a waiver of the competitive bidding requirements in 32.39. So A and B still apply. We still have to go out and competitively bid it per our competitive bidding ordinance.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't waive competitive. You're saying
Right, but part of our competitive bidding ordinance says anything over 200,000 or more shall be approved by city commission. That is part of the competitive bidding ordinance that is not waived by C.
Except for items approved by the commission already in the budget that are capital improvement items. But they still must be competitively bid. I just can't explain it any better than that.
Well, I personally believe we need an external legal opinion on the back and forth in this and how this is written, because this section C points back and says that the rest of the ordinance applies, that it's not a waiver of anything in 32.39, yet you're telling me it is a waiver of section B in 32.39.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, I'm happy to have this conversation with you anywhere, anytime. I don't know if we're going to move past this point here and now today.
Okay, so let me continue with what has transpired since then. It became clear that there was a contract to purchase a fire truck for $2.1 million signed in April 2024 before this was in a budget. We didn't see it in a budget until July and approve it until September. And then in May, the fire chief writes that we need an ordinance to enter into this agreement that would allow the pre-order of a truck, May 9th. And somehow that gets pulled off an agenda and said, we'll put it on the next agenda in May, and that never happens. That never happened, no explanation why. So the budget then passes with these fire trucks in it, and one of them is delivered November 5th. The city accepts it, signs for it. November 22nd, the vendor is required to pay. And we don't have the funding to pay. So the vendor paid and has been accruing daily interest for this. So when I asked if in an email, are these trucks delivered? Is there any cost? Mr. Harrison responded, there is no cost and these trucks have not been delivered.
That's correct. The truck was not accepted as delivered. The truck has been at the Pierce warehouse in Deerfield Beach. We have not accepted delivery on this truck. That's not what this agenda item is about. We can take this up and we can talk about it for 8 hours.
And we might.
Up in the office, and that'll be fine.
We might do it right here in the public.
Please, let's get back to what this agenda item is.
It is about it because you're telling me that none of this will come back to us. Nothing else on that list will come back to us. We will not approve how anything on that list is procured.
The list has been approved.
But not how it's procured.
The problem is it was approved by a different City Commission. This was approved before Commissioner Fessick and before Commissioner Smith were elected. It was approved by the prior City Commission. And where we made our mistake is we waited so long that, first of all, our memories got a little faded on the ones that were still here, and then we had two brand new ones that, oh, what is this? What is this about? But what the situation is this process that you're referring to has been followed at least since I've been here. I've been here going on 12 years now. And it's been followed by the fire department. These guys are here. They'll attest to the process that they've been following for all these years. And no one thought they were doing anything wrong. If they did, they would have spoken up and we would have dealt with it. So all we're simply trying to do is get the equipment lease financing approved to purchase this list of equipment that is sorely needed by these departments, which these departments went through and proved to you all back, except for Commissioner Fessick and Commissioner Smith. I'll grant those two exceptions because you didn't hear their justification for this list that's on this item number 7. And that's all this list is to approve the equipment financing that Allison was successful in going back to the bank and saving that 3.8% rate.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
I'm not done.
Vice Mayor, if I could ask you, if you've got an issue with the way we procure things, I hear you.
I do.
Hear you. Okay,
And I have an issue with the lack of information that was provided and the lies that were responses to my questions about what has happened about this issue in the last 2 weeks. So I'm not done. So Mr. Harrison just said that we didn't take delivery of the truck. Well, this is a signature from a city employee who did take delivery of the truck. So we did.
That city employee did not have the authority to take delivery. He's not in the
Where are the controls in place? Because someone who didn't have an authority bought a truck, someone who didn't have an authority signed for the truck.
Yep.
The vendor.
You have
Who said we
obviously
didn't?
done your research, and
You're right.
I commend you for that.
Yep.
But nobody has done anything wrong. Everybody that was involved in this was trying to save $160,000,
Of which we are trickling away daily because of an interest
No,
penalty
ma'am.
because we weren't able because we haven't paid this.
That carry charge is not in the contract.
So we're not going to pay that?
I don't know what you're going by. We're going by what's in the contract, and it's not in there.
So you don't intend to pay the vendor because they have been out of pocket since November 22nd for something that we purchased without any funding for?
That would be up to the city attorney's office advice. I'm not sure exactly what we wind up doing. Even if we did have to pay for it, we would still be saving $130-something thousand. But the big problem with this particular item is, had we not taken advantage of this when we did, we would be waiting almost 4 years.
That's not accurate. It's not accurate, Mr. Harrison. We bought a spec truck.
So I'm
we didn't buy a custom truck. If we bought a spec truck, we would get it 6 or 7 months later, just like we did.
So
that's how we buy trucks.
Okay, please. This is not germane to this agenda item.
It is just like when we review, plat maps. We have to talk about site plans because this commission never looks at site plans. It's our only opportunity. You're telling me it's our only opportunity to talk about that entire list and whether we, as a commission, vote on procurement issues or how these things are procured.
Vice Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but if you want to talk about that list, and you want to talk about our procurement procedures, we can do that all night during commission reports. This is an item about a simple leasing contract with a very favorable interest rate, which this is the item that is before us right now. Now, if you disagree with it, I get it. But if you want to talk about procurement policies and procedures and the list of equipment which was approved as part of the regular budgetary thing, we can do that all during commission reports. So let's get through this item. Respectfully, thank you.
I'm unwilling to vote for this until I understand the procurement process. They are, like I said, inextricably linked. So if we are giving the city a blank check to go buy any item on that list without us having it coming back to us and us seeing how it is procured, then I find that unacceptable.
It's not a blank check. There is a list that has been approved, and that's a list that's attached to this agenda item.
That's exactly it. And I've got Commissioner Perkins coming up next, but first I'm still with the Vice Mayor. Yes, there is a list of equipment that has been approved in the budget that Mr. Berman has told us that, yes, has to be procured according to the rules that are currently in place. And she's gone out and gotten a great rate for a lease to pay for all these items so that our employees can deliver the services to the residents. Now, I get it if you disagree with the list of equipment, even though it's been approved by the commission, or you disagree with the procurement process, even though that's what currently exists in the city of Pompano Beach. I get it. You can discuss that until the cows come home, and we will sit here all night long, as you said. But this is not the time for that. This is the time to consider this lease, to pay for that list of equipment which was previously approved by the commission.
I would like to make a motion that we do not procure anything on this list over $200,000 without commission approval.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Berman? There's been a motion to not procure anything on that list of capital stuff over $200,000.
Well, the motion's contrary to the ordinance. The ordinance says that you can, but if that's what the commission desires, as staff, we'll do whatever the commission wants. But we know one of them has already been procured, or if not two of them, I think it's come out. There's several of them. So, that's not really going to solve the immediate problem.
Okay.
The fire equipment.
Well, still, it's been moved and seconded to change the procedures going forward to not purchase anything over $200,000 in this manner. So, can you bring that back to us?
Certainly.
Okay, great. So it's been moved and seconded. Do not purchase anything over $200,000 under the current procedures. Discussion on the motion.
Mayor, is the direction for me to amend the code? Is that the direction, or is it just a motion?
My motion right now is to not authorize approval of buying any of the capital items on the list over $200,000 without bringing it back to us.
Okay.
To see how it is procured, what the bid process was.
What the bid process was? I mean, you can get that from staff any time you want.
And your signature is on all of it because like we've said in the past, there's asymmetric information that we are provided. I do not believe that the city should be able to go out. What if we are buying all these capital items from Berman and Brothers, capital equipment?
Then, well, unless the procedures,
it is our job to know how things are procured. We are spending taxpayer dollars. Every other city does it this way. I don't understand why it's such an issue here.
You can find that information out anytime you want from staff. I mean,
it took 3 weeks to get it when we asked for it.
And it's in our ordinances.
It took us 3 weeks to get the contracts when we asked for them.
Okay.
Again, you have them right away because your signature's on them, but it took us 3 weeks.
Mayor.
My motion is that we don't buy anything on the approved capital list in over $200,000 without bringing it back to us. And also, I've consulted attorneys who read this very different than what we're being told. So I also think we need an external legal opinion of this procurement ordinance.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Berman?
I'm not going to debate the knowledge and experience of the attorneys you consulted with. I can do that at another time. If you want to let me know who those attorneys are, I'll be happy to speak to them and educate them as to what this properly says. As far as this motion cannot be applicable to this budget this year as purchases have already been made. And there may be other purchases that have already been made and are waiting for financing. I'm not aware of that. If you want to do this for the future and change it for future processes, correct him. But it's contrary to what the code.
Well, at the last meeting, we were told a piggyback would come back for a fire truck. So
Can I say something, please? There has been no other purchases.
Okay.
Except for there has been no purchases at all because nothing.
Okay.
So then it sounds like it could apply.
Okay, so there's a motion to not purchase anything over $200,000 off the capital list that was previously approved by the commission.
Without commission approval. The motion is to bring it back to the commission for approval.
Sure.
Mayor, didn't the
Vice, no, so, this discussion now, okay. Commissioner Perkins, go ahead.
The city attorney just said that we can't make that motion. I mean, what are we doing?
I'll abide with whatever the commission decides as a whole.
Okay, well, let me just say this. It sounds as though we're trying to water down some wrongdoing, and large purchases in the city are supposed to come before us. And it sounds as though that did not happen. Now, what we have here on this item number 7 is the fire truck, Parks and Recreation, excuse me, and Public Works. And I think we're getting a good fixed rate with TD Bank for the financing. That's very good. But because there's so much discussion about the fire truck, I just feel like it should be separated as a different agenda item based on the discussion. Now, we have Parks and Recreation and we have Public Works, Facilities, Maintenance Department. I understand that, but there's so much discussion about the fire truck, it should be a separate agenda item, in my opinion. Mayor, I understand your take on this, but your attitude toward Vice Mayor, I think, is very harsh. Sounds as though she's very passionate and she's done her homework on this particular item, which much more than I've done, so I'm listening, because she started out by saying the purchase is supposed to come before us, and then she ended up saying the purchase has already been made. So that's two different things, and I can understand why she's passionate about it. And the same to you, Mr. City Manager. She makes a good point. Based on what we have here, I would not vote on it. However, I do think that TD Bank is giving us a good fixed rate. But because of the fire truck being involved with this, I would vote no. But if we can separate this and discuss the fire truck at another time, then I'm all for it. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll. Oh, wait, Commissioner Fessick?
I also asked for a lot of information, and I have been spending some time going through emails and orders, and this was, again, new to me, so, but still something that was worthwhile, I believe, to look at. I'm less concerned with the fire truck. I think we need a fire truck. I think everybody knows we need a fire truck. That's not it. I think the issue is the way that it was done and the processes that were applied. Again, I wasn't here earlier on, but even sitting here 2 weeks ago at the last meeting, to sitting here now, to then going through this information and to be told certain things, to ask questions from different people and get different answers from everybody, it's confusing to say the least, and it's concerning. I would really like to see, I would have to agree with Commissioner Perkins, I'd like to see this pulled aside, and because I understand there's a lot of other things that are pending that are probably also already needed, and there may be waiting for them. But I would actually be interested in what Vice Mayor Fournier has to say, because she has done her homework. I've just looked at looked at emails and looked through things, but she's done her homework on this, and I would like to give her the opportunity to raise the question she wants to raise, so she can feel that she's heard and she can share what she's learned, because this is the only time we're going to have the opportunity to do this. And I think it is pertinent to this particular agenda item. I also think it's particular to how we're going to move, how we will act moving forward, or how we will choose to act moving forward. So I would love to see if we could either separate that out or give her the time to go through her process as well.
Can I say something?
Furtado?
So in regards to my item 4, financing, I don't have a problem withholding the funding for the fire truck to discuss procurement and so forth for the fire truck. But I would appreciate if you still approve financing, the total financing for the entire capital outlay, and then we can discuss the fire truck purchase.
Very good. Further, Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
Well, and that's essentially what I'm attempting to do here, allow you to move forward with your item while we don't actually go procure anything over $200,000, but without it coming back to us. So there are countless examples that I have found of us not following our historic procurement ordinance before it was changed, where we bought things over the budget. So I need answers to that and answers to how to interpret the new procurement ordinance that changed in the last year and how this applies to this capital budget. But given that in the past, we did not bring things back to the commission that cost more than what was in the budget, we have a history of not following this ordinance. So I am fine passing the financing, but only if we do not procure anything without approval of the commission. So the motion is, maybe the motion is that we don't spend any of it until items over 200 are brought back to us. I don't know how you want to word it, but you understand the intent of what I'm saying.
Well, Vice Mayor, it's your motion, though.
The motion is not to bring anything back to the commission that costs over $200,000.
Bring anything.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, so I am fully aware of what our procurement process is and understand the change that we've had over this past year. When we are in the budget process, we know these equipment, these pieces and things, trucks, et cetera, that are needed for the future. We approve those as part of our budget process. And all through the years, we have been doing it this way. We have been getting finance approval to pay for these things over time, saving the residents money, making sure that we have good equipment, good in working order, rather than waiting to go out and spend whatever it is and wait till you get the cash. I mean, buying things on credit is a way for the city to manage its money very effectively, and I don't see anything wrong with the process. There have been no issues with missing money or wrongdoing, so I'm not going to be able to support the motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Very good. I've got Commissioner Smith, followed by Commissioner Fessick.
My concern is the capital improvement list that we're looking at, that this lease agreement is for, has already been approved by a commission. Granted, I wasn't on it, but that was legally done by the commission. And if an item of $200,000 is over budget, maybe bring it back, because that's an exception, which they would have to do anyway based upon item C of that ordinance. I'm just questioning how can, if it's already been approved by the previous commission, how can we unapprove it? Because if they want to bring a $200,000 piece of equipment back to us and this commission says, no, we don't want you to buy that $200,000 piece of equipment, they need it, and they've already done their research as to what they need. It's already previously been approved. I have to question what we're doing.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick, followed by Vice Mayor.
So I was just going through the backup here, and in the 5 pages, now to be fair, the first time I did it, I went through, I was halfway through here again, but the first time I did it, I went through and just did the 250,000 and over. So I may have skipped a couple, but it only looked like there were 12 items that were over that threshold when I was at the 250 mark.
No, we only have the fire truck. We have a sorry, my bad. We have the fire engine, the platform. We have a sweeper, cameras, but cameras is 3-4. There's multiple cameras, and then we have 2 rescue trucks. That would be over the 200,000. Everything else is under 100,000.
Okay, is that not including, that's not including the pay-as-you-go side, then?
Not including, excuse me?
The pay-as-you-go column?
The what? Sorry.
The pay-as-you-go column, it just says fund department.
Which department is that?
It says fund department, then it says pay as you go, then it says lease purchase, count, item description, and then, so there's some that are outright purchases.
Are you under the
Yeah.
operating
Right,
budget?
some are outright
Operating budget,
purchases on the
But other than
enterprise,
operating
yes.
budget,
And then we have the ones that are funded by the bank.
Okay,
Some departments fund their own, yes.
okay. So that actually helps my argument even more. There's far less to, this is not, there's
Combine.
very few items
Just
to
the
make.
fire trucks that are mainly over 200,000.
So this is a very small ask to just make sure that those several items come back to us as a city commission.
But the big problem is the one fire truck.
Is it one?
Yes, it's only one
One.
truck.
So if we could take that out of the equation, then I think this could go smoothly.
That's very good. I've got Commissioner Fessig, you,
I'm done, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So there are 2 fire trucks here, for the record. And Commissioner Smith, I understand what you're saying, and we hear this often, that, oh, you approved the budget, so it's done. Well, we approve a $400 to $500 million budget. That doesn't mean that things don't come back to us. We approve contracts, they come back to us. That's what we do. We approve purchases. So it is our responsibility, while yes, we said, okay, there's a fire truck in here. It's our responsibility to see how that was purchased. Did we get a good, what was the process? So it can be a piggyback, or maybe some of these come back and you have to put it out to bid. And then we have to look at that and we say, like I said jokingly, but if everything comes back as Berman capital equipment, it's our job to look at that and say, So it is our job not just to say, oh, we approved a $500 million budget. It's our job to, I believe, and I believe that's what the ordinance says, to approve things over certain thresholds than the actual purchase of those items also, of that capital item. So your suggestion that if it's greater than what's in the budget is what the prior ordinance said. It said if a capital item costs more than approved in the budget, it has to be approved by the city commission. That was actually removed from the ordinance. So that is no longer in the ordinance right now. The ordinance now says this, it's not a waiver of the requirements herein, which is why I believe we need a legal opinion on what that actually means, if all of this is waived or not there. But to your point, there were capital purchases made in the approved capital budgets in 2023 when the old ordinance was in effect that cost, well, this was $240,000 was approved. It actually cost $264,000. And it never came back to the commission. So 2023, we weren't following the ordinance at the time. So these are my concerns. We weren't following it back then. Now it has changed, and we have quite a process that's happened with a fire truck that was needed to go on the agenda for a resolution and then just disappeared. So I do think, like I say, every meeting we need to look at our procurement ordinance, and this is why. Because we're ending up with purchases being made without us looking at them. And that is our job, to actually ensure that the taxpayer money is spent appropriately. So, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seeger-Satan.
I would also say that, each department is given a budget. If the cost of eggs or gas goes up, they have to work that within their budget. They have to cut back somewhere else, and that's generally at the discretion of each individual department manager in conjunction, I'm sure, with the city manager. So to say that something costs more than what was in the original budget, I don't find that unusual at all. Okay.
Very good. Further, Vice Mayor.
Nope. I don't find it unusual either, Commissioner Eaton. What I find unusual is our ordinance at the time said the city commission must approve the award of the capital items whose acquisition cost is greater than that previously approved in the budget process. And it was not. That's what I find unusual.
Very good. Commissioner Fessig,
I just
finish this off?
have one more piece to this. So I remember at the last meeting, asking questions related to this item, specifically asking if we were obligated in any way, if we knew about these things, if there was any sort of, I was just asking questions. And the part for me that was a little bit disheartening is getting this information back, pulling teeth to get it back, but finding out that there were multiple people in the room that knew what was happening, knew how things had gone down, and just failed to be open and honest about it. And that is what that's why I feel like I would much rather look at things through now, it's like when a kid tells you, no, I didn't go to the movies. I went to my friend John's house, and then you find out, they were at movies, and then they went to a banging party, down the line. They're teenagers. And this is what it feels like. It feels like it's not that there's anything nefarious. It may have just simply been an oversight. It may have been whatever. But the lack of ability to be transparent when asked a direct question, or the lack of doing it in a public forum is concerning. And I would really like to let's just hash it out. Let's just get it out in the open. Let's just have it go to commission discussion. It's not like it's not like we're going to say, oh, they don't need a fire truck. We know they need a fire truck. It was approved. We would just like to know how it's being procured, making sure we're getting the best deal, making sure that we're doing our due diligence in spending the money as, with maybe a little tighter purse strings. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Berman?
I just want to make clear, I'm happy to amend this ordinance any way the commission wants me to amend it. It was amended at the commission's direction last time. My office doesn't put in what we want in there. The prior purchasing director, the commission, all gave direction as to removal of that language, what language they want to change, what limits. So we're happy to do it. But right now, we're dealing with a situation previously approved. It was purchased, it was ordered by a staff member who's no longer here, who did not take it before the commission for approval, yet it was ordered. No knowledge of the manager's office, my office, finance, purchasing, that it was ordered. Yet it's here. We wanted it. The commission eventually approved it through the budget process. All we're trying to do now is get it financed so we can pay for it. It's on the schedule, the old equipment to be removed and replaced with this equipment. We're putting it in, it's public safety equipment, and we're trying to get that paid for through this process right now. In terms of what was done and how it was done, the person who did it isn't here to answer for why he did it and how he did it. And that department will need to work with the city and all its departments, finance, legal, and whether legal advice was followed or not, I'm not going to get into, but the advice at the time was to bring it it was removed and purchased. And in December, a truck shows up, and we find out that it was ordered. And we need to deal with that now, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you, Mayor.
I just wanted to,
Commissioner Fessick, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I would be remiss if I did not say this publicly as well, that Mr. Berman, you did, when I had questions, you did come to me and you did explain that this was clearly appeared to be a mix-up, and that you did your best to try to rectify it with what within your power to do so. So I want to just make sure that that's also part of the record, as I'm not calling everybody out. You showed me, you came to me and explained to me how things went down, and that you did your due diligence in trying to rectify the situation. So I want to make sure that I just had the opportunity to say that.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, I do understand that we do need a fire truck, and we're just back and forward with the fire truck. Who ordered the fire truck?
So the fire truck became available when the fire chief and the head of the fire personnel, the heads of the fire personnel, found out that this fire truck was available, like on the floor. So just imagine if you went to look for a car and, oh my, there it is on the floor. And the company offered to sell the fire truck at a $160,000 discount, and it was available. So otherwise, what we're looking at here, if this continues to be a 3-3 vote and nothing happens, we're going to throw away that $160,000 savings, and we're going to let that truck go back to the factory, and someone else is going to get it, and we're going to have to wait 4 more years for a truck.
My question is, who ordered the truck?
The fire chief signed for the truck when he found out it was available for $160,000 discount.
What is the fire chief's name?
Steve Hudson, he's no longer here with us.
Why is he no longer here?
He retired.
When did he retire?
I don't know the exact date. It's been a month or two.
Did he retire this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Go through the timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting.
Mayor?
There is no reason to hang Steve Hudson out to dry.
Well, if he's gone, you're
Steve
right.
was following the procedures that have been followed. This fire department, if these guys are going to get up and say something and back me up here, these guys have been following the procedure since I've been here. I don't know how else to say this anymore.
Mr. City Manager.
It doesn't have anything to do with this agenda item. This agenda
understand
item
that, but-
is equipment financing to pay for the list that was previously approved by a city commission.
I understand that. First of all, you need to bring your tone down. Now, there is so much discussion on the fire truck. We all agree on the dais that we need the fire truck. And the discussion is about how this came about. So there's no reason for you to be hostile about it. You get paid to do your job. You are paid, you work for everybody sitting on this dais.
I'm being passionate.
Pardon me?
Passionate, not hostile. Passionate.
Well, you can say whatever you like. I don't like you bringing that tone when I'm asking a question because we're talking about taxpayers' dollars. That's what we're talking about. So you shouldn't get offended in any kind of way.
$60,000.
Well, I need to remind you who you work for, Mr. City Manager.
Ma'am?
I need to remind you who you work for. So when we sit up here and we ask you questions, we expect you to answer it and not get upset with staff because they're not here to help you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will. You will very soon. Done.
Very good. I've got Mr. Berman.
Truck was properly procured in case the Vice Mayor had a concern. This was a consortium purchase, a consortium, off a consortium. So there was a procurement that was done that is commonly used and that has been used before. So the procurement was okay. Eventually, even though it was ordered before the commission approved it, contrary to potential direction, it was ordered and it was here. And once it was here in December and showed up and everyone's like, what's this? Why is this here? The answer was, fortunately, the commission has already approved this. Fortunately, it was properly procured. And fortunately, we have an upcoming financial arrangement with the bank to pay for this, to get this equipment in service, to replace outdated equipment at a cost savings to the residents. That's the best I can describe the situation. Thank you.
That's it. Very good. Vice Mayor.
How fortunate. So you just said that you had no knowledge of this fire truck before?
Until December.
Right. So I have an email from you from April 9th with an ordinance that you're working on to put it on a commission meeting that then gets pulled as part. So when I did a public records request, you certainly knew about it back in April because the fire chief wanted to put a resolution on the agenda because it was not approved in the budget yet. So you did know about it back in April.
Absolutely. I knew that they wanted to get a, let me clarify and answer your question, please. Back in April, when the fire chief came to me and said, I want to order this fire truck, we're going to save a lot of money, and we can order it now, it's a spec truck, and I need to order it. My legal advice to the fire chief is, you should do a resolution so that way the commission approves your purchase because you're not authorized to just order stuff, and so that the commission at budget time knows that they're going to have to approve this because it's already on the way. It's being built, it's going to be delivered, and we're going to be on the hook for it. I prepared a resolution. I gave you a copy to see. I prepared a transfer memo, gave you a copy to see. It was taken off the agenda.
What happened?
I don't know. It's not my item. I'm not supposed to babysit the fire. It was taken off. I assumed he didn't want the fire truck anymore.
Okay. And
6
meanwhile,
months
I need to
later,
correct. I'm going to correct the record. Unlike everyone else up here, who, for example, like the mayor knew that because he signed it, that Miss Jocelyn Jackson had a contract, but he didn't bother correcting the record when that question was asked. I'm going to correct the record on all of the things that I just heard that are not accurate. Number one, you did know about it. Number two, this truck didn't show up in December. This truck showed up in November. It was at a station, and it was used for training, in-service training the vendor provided at a fire station.
Well,
December 12th, the vendor emailed the city saying, hey, we paid for this truck back on November 22nd, and we still don't have money for you. There's a daily penalty for it. So the email that Mr. Berman and Mr. Harrison crafted for me on January 30th that said, there is no daily penalty, it didn't show up till December, the city hasn't taken delivery of a fire truck, is completely inaccurate. There's not one part of this that is true. In January 7th, the vendor emailed the fire chief at the time, reminding him that we still need to get paid. January 8th, the fire chief says, I'm on top of it, we'll send funds soon. January 13th, the fire chief retires.
Okay.
So the timeline of what you're describing about when this truck arrived is wrong, and when you knew about it, and it's not just one truck, it's two trucks.
Well, you have the emails to me. Mayor, if I may, Mayor.
Most important, no, let me finish. Most important is in my public records request, I asked for every communication with the vendor, every communication from the city, and there is everything going back till April, except there's a gap from December 9th to January 29th. Nothing was provided. So these emails from the vendor, all this back and forth about the daily penalties, all of that were sent to the city by the vendor was not produced when I did a public records request.
Well, I understand the manager requested IT prepare the public records request response for you. I provided you independently everything that I have.
After I called you all out.
Documents, when you made it clear that you didn't get everything from them. And I provided you with every document. You can see from the emails, I believe it was December when I was contacted by purchasing about the fire truck. Now, my direction or my recommendation to the assistant city manager and fire chief were that we not take delivery, that the truck be brought back, and the city take no responsibility. It was not insured. We wanted no responsibility, and I wanted to preserve the argument legally that the order of the fire truck was not legally authorized. However, I was then informed by the fire chief that the company would take the truck back and put it in their warehouse. And that's where it was supposed to be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Acting Chief McGinnis, I mean, do you want to?
I have no issue with taking both trucks back, bringing them to you. I have no issue with it. The only issue I have is we do currently have a low number of vehicles. So we have put firefighters in pickup trucks to respond to calls. So we'll delay that by a few weeks, but I just want you to know based on everything that's going on so that we can move forward, I have no issue with bringing them back.
Okay. Very, and who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Acting Fire Chief Pete McGinnis.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay, further commission discussion. It's Commissioner Smith.
I have one more question. So this is to bring the 6 items that are over $200,000 back to the commission at the time they're ready to purchase. They need the fire truck right now, so that's going to delay them another almost 3 weeks before the commission meets again. That's a concern, and that's why I think I heard Mr. Harrison said, can we move the fire truck off of that list? Because they've been delayed for a long time already. So would you be willing to modify that to bring everything back and allow the fire truck purchase to go ahead and go through without coming back to us in 3 weeks? And then we can go ahead and move on and get the lease at that rate approved so we can move off of dead center. Because I'm concerned about the fire truck and losing it. That was a substantial savings. Would you be willing to modify?
Yeah, so I am similarly concerned about the fire truck and also the fact that this vendor has been paying for our debt that we haven't been able to pay them back for. The fact that it's actually embarrassing that we're being charged almost $400 a day because we didn't have financing in place, but we had a truck here. So I do think that while there's a lot more questions about this fire truck, we obviously have all agreed that we need it and it is here. So paying the vendor is a priority, but I don't want us to use that as an exception to not bring anything else back.
Right, but you can remove that for
yes.
the motion tonight, or this afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So then your motion is now to approve everything with the exception of anything over $200,000 except for
platform truck.
The platform truck, is that the one we're referring to?
$2.1 million platform truck. that-
$2.1 million platform truck. So we'd be approving that. And anything under $200,000 to go ahead and with the financing that it's about to be in, if it passes, then Ms. Furtado could go ahead and, make people in the city happy and they can do their jobs. But anything over $200,000, you want to come off this list, you want to come back to us.
Yes.
But for the record, the interest is not in the contract. I'm not saying that they haven't told other folks or everybody else that there is interest being accrued. It is not in the contract.
I agree with the fire chief's legal analysis.
I do too.
So the $400 a day that has been referenced is not an issue for us, apparently. Okay, that's.
It might, they have to point to where they're at to me and show me where they believe they're entitled to that. We haven't had that, I haven't had any conversation or contact with the fire truck company, so.
Neither have I.
I just hear that they're asking for it. But again, no one, we just didn't know this thing was ordered. No one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
You all knew it was ordered.
No, we didn't.
So the motion has been modified. And did you get the motion, Kervin?
Just one truck.
That I outlined? So in
Yes.
other words, Commissioner or Vice Mayor, her motion has been modified to still, anything over $200,000 off that list would come back to us with the exception of the two.
Or fifth.
That won't come back to us. We can discuss it all day long, and we can discuss anything we want all day long, but for the purposes of her motion, which is part of this discussion about the lease and the capital outlay list, that's what we're dealing with right now. So that motion has been made, and it was seconded. We should probably get another second since it's been modified.
Second.
Lots of seconds, okay. So,
Mayor,
further discussion on the motion. Commissioner Stevenson.
I just want to say for the record, I had no knowledge of what it transpired on what the procurement method was for the fire truck. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion
Cooperative purchase.
on the motion. Seeing none, let's call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
The actual item. This is for the lease. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 8 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of ITB number P16-24 Northeast 27th Avenue and Northeast 16th Street stormwater improvements to the lowest responsible bidder, DBF Construction LLC, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a construction agreement number 12676, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Dr. Good.
Mayor, Commissioners, Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This project is to install storm drain project in the northeast quadrant of the city. We had an invitation to bid, competitive solicitation, and there were quite a few responses. The lowest apparent bidder is DBF, and staff recommends awarding that contract in the amount of a little over $4 million, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And they have performed other work for the city on prior occasions with exceptional results.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Vice Mayor.
I just had one question, Dr. Good. Why do you think they are so much lower than the next ones that seem to all be clustered around 7 to 8 million?
I think there's several factors. They're a smaller firm. Their presence is already here. Some of the other firms may not have the availability of resources to take on this project. So if they do, they're going to increase their costs, charge us more. So it's about what work they have on the books as well. I mean, there's a variety of factors, but I might be hesitant otherwise had I not known this firm, but they have successfully completed several projects recently for the city, and they're an exceptional contractor. So I think we're very fortunate to get the discount And, I mean, it's a delta of a little over $2 million from them to the next bidder. I would like to point out that our engineer's estimate was aligned with the low bidder, so we feel confident that, you know, their bid is accurate.
So what did we budget or assume this would cost?
Just over, right under $5 million. So right around $5 million was the engineer's estimate for this scope.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fezzik.
I have a question related to the time frame for this as well. So just to make sure this gets handled, obviously, as quickly as possible. I know that we've had many issues with the water in that area backing up, and it's just time to fix those roads. When is the time? I'm just trying to flip through here real quick, but when is the time frame? So it said 520 calendar days?
That's correct. I don't suspect that it would take him that long, but it is in a residential neighborhood, so there's going to be a lot of road closures. Obviously, you can't close down the entire road, so there's going to be a lot of maneuvering and constructability issues with that in mind. So I think that's probably why he put the extended time frame, but I do believe if everything goes well, that it would take him a lot less time to complete the project.
Okay, and is there any other, would there be any potential, like change orders or additional costs involved, that whereas something else might be completely inclusive if it was a higher bidder, or is this?
I'm sorry, rephrase that again?
Are you expecting any change orders, or, my question is because the difference is so much, where potentially a higher bid, even though it doesn't look like we would save money on the front end.
Sure, I understand.
Is it all inclusive, or are there the opportunities for a change order or additional charges from this contract?
No, I think that I feel very confident about his price. Otherwise, we would not have recommended to award the bid to him. I don't anticipate any change orders. Knock on wood up here for the public record. But no, we're very confident that he'll be able to complete the job within the budget that he has established in this bid price. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
This is on item 8, right?
8, yes.
8.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Hard.
Yes. Item 9 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a multi-year agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and CRS Max Consultants, Inc. for professional services related to the Community Rating System Program, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of our agenda item to approve a 3-year contract with CRS Max to assist staff in the implementation of our CRS program. And I'm available to answer any questions you may still have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 10 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code by amending Section 155.3708 downtown Pompano Beach DP overlay district to modify the designation of certain parcels from residential required to optional residential within the density regulating plan for providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon, Max Williams, Principal Planning and Development Services. This is a second reading of this ordinance. I've not received any questions or concerns to address at this time. This is a privately initiated text amendment, and the applicant is available for questions, as am I.
Very good. Thank you for that. Does the applicant wish to make any kind of presentation at this time? Just questions. Okay, very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Looks good. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
One moment. Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 11 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 51 Sewers of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pompano Beach by amending Section 51.05 wastewater tariff to modify rates and charges for sewer service, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Brown.
Afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Brown, Utilities Director. This is the second reading of an ordinance. There have been no changes. I do want to update you that we are still working on the impact fees. We are researching the cost basis for which we purchase capacity in the treatment plant, and that's what we would base our impact fees on so that our fees would be legal. We're having trouble finding some of these original costs from 1966 and the different transactions, but we are working on it and making requests from other cities.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Vice Mayor?
Just a quick question. When do you think you will have an update on that? I don't want to lose track of it.
I won't let it lose track of it, I promise.
Please let us know when you have it. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Fessick?
I just had a quick question. I know that this is something I've asked before. I know it's a pass-through. I get that. I believe that at one point in time, we had talked about how much our max ability for wastewater is with the city, or I forget how many millions of gallons per day that were allotted.
17 million.
17 million. And to date, just because, where are we, how are we in usage at the moment with that particular millions of dollars per day, gallons per day?
We're averaging around 15 million.
So we're fairly close to using that up, okay.
Yeah, when we have rains, it goes up over that.
Okay, and then so the second question I have then to follow up, do we have the ability to purchase more? What does that ability look like? And would the price go up as well?
Yes, it will.
Okay, so we're looking at
about $1.2 million per million gallons a day.
Okay. How does the already, let's say, I don't know how many people use millions of gallons a day. That's hard for me to calculate. But how does it look right now based on all of the approved developments we already sort of have in the pipeline and potentially even more? How are we looking at that moving forward to ensure that once we hit that threshold, we are able to negotiate a decent rate, I guess, moving forward? What does that look like? I just want to make sure there's clarity. I know that it's tied to this because there's a lot of questions related to when's it going to go up again?
They have a calculation called Square One, and it goes back to the originality, the construction of the plant, any plant upgrades, and they figure out the portion that you're buying and the parcels of how much it will cost to project to operate. And then that's how they come up with that number.
Okay. And if and when we get closer to that, I would like to just request or ask that you help me to understand what that looks like and how we can potentially move forward so that residents, at least in my district, residents of the city who are concerned about their costs going up, we can be ready for that. Again, we mentioned before having some sort of plan in place where we have a little bit of a budget or an option in case those numbers come up again. So we need more, and then the percentage goes up, and then we're finding ourselves in the same situation, which I would like to have not happen. How can would you consider possibly passing this on or to sort of developers' costs, or I would just like to know how we could potentially work around that in the future so that we don't come to this again.
Well, it depends what the county's costs are next year, because they do their rates every year. We're projecting over a 5-year period an assumption of smoothing rates so that we don't overcharge. So when it doesn't hit the target, that's when we have to come ask. As far as capacity and the future needs, if you remember, we did the bond study, and the bond study talked about the availability needs for the future, and they do not see it within the next 20 years.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I won't be asking to purchase any.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Still going a no with this one, thanks.
That's a no?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 12 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a third amendment to the license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and ProSurf Concepts LLC, providing services as the head tennis professional for the Pompano Beach Tennis Center, providing severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Boudreau.
Good afternoon, sir. Mark Boudreau, Recreation Director. There are no changes since the first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions, concerns?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, I know this has nothing to do with that, but I did bring up at the last meeting about having a discussion with the tennis coach about Mitchell Moore.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking into that. We're going to do that. We did it prior to, and we'll do it again.
Okay, because the tennis courts are nice and they're ready, and we don't want them just sitting there with no kind of instruction for our youth.
Understood.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 13 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Dania Pier Management Corp. to provide maintenance and operation of the city's fishing pier bait shop, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Boudreau.
Mark Boudreau, Recreation Director. So in anticipation of the Fisher Family Pier opening to the public May 2020 during COVID, Dania Pier Management moved into the bait shop in March of 2020, getting equipment and getting ready for the opening. They came to us via a piggyback agreement with the City of Jacksonville Beach, and they currently run the bait shop, which operates from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, 365 days a year. The bait shop sells snacks, beverages, fishing rod rentals, and of course bait and tackle. The city will be paying them $3,000 per month or $36,000 per year to help offset the operational expenses and overhead. This is a 3-year agreement totaling $108,000. They've been a terrific partner in running the day-to-day operations at the fishing pier, and they've waived fees for some of our charitable groups like the Boy Scouts Fishing Rodeo, the Disabled Veterans Fishing Clinics, our own Special Populations Group, and donated rods to our Parks Youth Fishing Day. So they've been a good partner.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fezzik?
I just had a quick question related to this because I'm a little confused. Are we making money, are they making money on this venture, or are we getting a kickback, or how is the city?
No, they collect all the fees, they keep the money.
Okay, so.
We, with our contribution, just to kind of give you an illustration of what that looks like. So with our contribution, the profit as a percent of gross sales, and back in 2022 was 7.28%. Without our contribution, they were negative $16,000. So they really need our support. In 2023, with our contribution, the profit as a percent of gross sales was 11.5%, and without our contribution was a staggering 1.6%. So I think that puts it in perspective.
Yes. Do we still have the availability to use the pier or near that same pier area if we ever wanted to do special events, or like you said, there were Boy Scouts, things like that, where we would be able to make additional money for the city, or is it completely exclusive to just that space?
Yeah,
or the
well, that's, I mean, if there was a special need, they've been working well with us, but they manage the pier.
Perfect.
Is it correct to say that if we needed to get in there and do something, I'm sure they'd be amenable to that? It's our pier. They're guests on our pier.
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor?
Hi, Mark. Thank you for putting together the P&L that I had asked for. They do appear not to have a huge profit margin, but have we ever considered doing this in-house?
Yeah, so we did. We looked at that in 2019 in preparation of the pier opening, and it cost us significantly more for us to do that. It was upwards about $400,000 a year.
Okay, yeah, because my initial reaction to this was, why are we paying them? They're collecting all the revenue from everything that they sell. But it does appear that we need to almost subsidize this operation still. Or did we put it out to bid?
No, that was a piggyback from Jacksonville.
Initially, it was a piggyback, and this time we're doing a 3-year agreement, and we didn't put it out to bid again.
Ma'am, we did not.
Are there other entities that do this that we wouldn't have to subsidize, that you're aware of?
I'm not sure the question.
Are there other local companies, bait and tackle shops that would like to take this on as an adjacent business, you know, a Pompano company that maybe would have economies of scale then and that we wouldn't have to subsidize here?
Well, I'm hoping that they do well in the next couple of years and we don't have to subsidize them. Right now, it doesn't appear that way. So I'm hoping to get out of the subsidy business.
But we didn't put it out to bid to find out if there was a local company that, or local bait and tackle shop.
Nope.
Okay.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
So it's actually funny that you said that, Vice Mayor, because that was the first thing that I thought too. I looked at it and I went, okay, $3,000. That's, I know it's a small space, but there's a lot of foot traffic and there's a lot of opportunity there to make a good amount of money just from looking at it from a business opportunity standpoint. And we always talk about, or we always are discussing about how we can bring back or fold in local businesses or local, just local people who want to be involved. And the fact that we're paying them, the fact that they have not made money, and it's pitiful, the amount of money, that 1% or whatever, that's not a good business model, per se, I guess, for them, unless they are being subsidized. But would we have the opportunity? I mean, we've done it with restaurants so successfully, where we've had a partnership agreement where they've paid us the lease, and then we also share in rev share of some kind, or so. I mean, even just if it was a straight lease, is that even something that could be considered? Or could we try this for, you know, since it's up and running, could we do this, you know, modify it for a year? I don't know. Just give people the opportunity, because I feel like a lot of times, especially on the beach, we've had businesses come to me after these meetings or after something is done, and then they say, oh, we didn't even know anything about that. We would have loved the opportunity to be a part of that.
So I think in all due fairness, at the end of this, we can certainly look at that model.
Very, very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
What do we charge residents to come fish on the pier?
$6.
$6, and they get to keep the $6.
That's correct.
And they're tracking the trends of who's coming. And we just did the tennis contract. I think that's a totally successful product that we've done in the city, and now we're getting money back. I think, you know, if we can improve the business at the pier, we can get to that point, but it's small money. And we're providing something for our residents to go fish for $6 on that awesome pier. So I think it's giving to our residents and helping a business. I don't disagree about getting a bid, but it's small money.
Very good. Further Commissioner Fessick.
I agree that it is small money. It's just, I always look at ways where we can find money where there would previously not have that opportunity. And this is only it's only $3,000 a month, right? So it's not, like you said, it's small money, but to a business owner who would potentially pay that, you know, not just the $6, but if they could stock it full of all the bait accessories, a couple fishing poles, if they could run fishing rodeos or challenges or something out of that space, then the ability for them to make a significant amount of money, and in turn for us to make a significant amount of money moving forward, would be ideal. I'm not opposed to this. I'm just saying I would like in the future to find ways where we can be a little bit smarter so work smarter, not harder, right? In terms of trying to find unique ways where we can maximize what we get back, and then that money can go straight into,
your Parks and Rec fund, whatever you might need for your budget that we can reallocate as we move forward. That's my only concern.
So just to add to that, we could always start charging a fee to use the pier. That would certainly enhance us getting out
It's
of
quite the segue, Mr. Boudreau. We weren't talking about that at all.
Not that.
Mayor,
Right. So
I've got
good if we're ready to
Vice Mayor
take
had her
it
hand up, then I come back to Commissioner Perkins. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, all I'm going to say is no to that. But I agree. Like if a local business could somehow not be subsidized, and maybe if they were more invested in the community and knew Pompano better, they would be, they'd be set up to drive, more revenue through this and maybe be more efficient. I don't know. It is small numbers, but I would love to see this be a local Pompano company that has, a bait and tackle shop and says, hey, I'm going to, take on this project too, and it helps everybody. So this is a 3-year agreement?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
yeah, real quickly, you said $6 for residents. How much for non-residents?
Oh, gosh,
Was it 10 or something, I think?
I don't remember offhand.
Yeah.
But it is more.
Mhm.
Okay, but around 10 you would
I think
suggest?
it is.
Okay.
I think it is.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to.
A little differential there. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. you go. All right. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commission meeting February 11th, 2025. Thank you for the break there. That was great. Let's continue on. Item number 14 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to a second amendment to the agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Circuit Transit, Inc., providing for microtransit transportation services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. The item before you this afternoon is an ordinance requesting a one-year extension to our existing agreement with Circuit Transit, Inc. On February 23, 2021, by ordinance 2021-44, City entered into our original agreement with Circuit, Inc. In February 2024, a first amendment to this agreement was approved by City Commission as ordinance 2024-20. In July 2020, the city received a matching grant from the Florida Department of Transportation to assist in the funding of this project. This funding will continue through this year. Since February 2021, Circuit has provided point-to-point transportation services, averaging 10,000 rides each month. The service has also been instrumental in reducing traffic congestion, as well as significantly reducing tailpipe emissions. In 2024 alone, Circuit provided nearly 52,000 rides to over 108,000 riders. The average age of ridership is 50 years old, and 52% of overall riders is between the age of 50 and 64 plus years old. This year, staff will submit an RFP for a new long-term agreement with a provider to seek best pricing and to extend this service. Staff has continued to explore extending our routes further into residential neighborhoods. Staff was able to obtain additional grant funding this year that will allow for that extension. These funds will be available to extend the microtransit route further into neighborhoods just west of the intercoastal, into intercoastal waterway, into neighborhoods throughout the Harbor Village area. We understand the popularity of this service, and we will continue to seek additional grant funding to expand these services further throughout the city. The city's been pleased with the service provided by Circuit. Staff recommends approval of this extension. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fasick.
So I know that everybody loves using these. The locals who don't drive anymore, those who are seasonal. I have spoken with many of the Circuit drivers, and they tell me the stories about who comes to see them every Tuesday. That is literally like they have a standing grocery store date with their Circuit driver. They know all about them. They've taken care of them. This is a really great service. It's great for tourists, but it's also wonderful for those who are seasonal or those who no longer drive in the area. So it's really wonderful. I do have I love the idea that this is in here where we're going to try to offset costs with advertising revenue, and would be interested in looking into how many times over we could do that potentially, or how many carts. My extension in pricing is not pulling up on my iPad, but
Currently Harris is the only advertiser on that circuit.
okay. And are they on each? Are we doing it for the entire fleet, or are we doing it on a number of carts basis?
I believe they're only on 2 vehicles.
I'm sorry?
They're only on 2 vehicles. They're only advertising on 2 vehicles right now.
Okay.
2 of the 3.
Okay. And so we're basically about 12.5?
It's been running about 26 a year for our cut of that.
Okay, for both of those?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great. And how many more carts do we have this opportunity for local businesses?
We're going to put this out for bids, but we hope to put 2 additional cars out into the neighborhoods west of the intercoastal.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Did we get an estimate for what it would cost to expand west of Federal Highway into the neighborhoods of Snug Harbor, Garden Isles, and Pompano?
Something we always look at. We need the infrastructure in place to house and fuel the vehicles. It's something we're certainly looking at. We're seeking grant opportunities to develop that infrastructure. But yes, we're looking at it.
What do you think the timeline for that is?
I can't honestly answer.
So I'm glad that there are regulars and this is a great service. The residents of my district are the people that have to drive to the beach, pay the meters, deal with the parking garage and all of that to get down there. So it's really an additional tax basically on the residents of my district who don't really see the benefit of this. So I would love to see a proposal for what it would cost to expand this to District 3. And
Great idea.
You're about to start a trend here, but go ahead.
And all districts. there we go. You might need some bigger vehicles to cross the major roads. But there are, the reason that I bring this up is there are back roads and ways to get from my district to the beach safely in these little vehicles. And I also would still like to see the city put some effort into finding a location for golf cart parking at the beach for residents who also of my district aren't able to use these vehicles to get to the beach, but use their golf carts. So, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, I would love for you all to come to the Northwest and pick up some of the residents there and take them over to the beach. That sounds great to me. I think that should be considered in all districts.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lance, just out of curiosity, does the circuit go far enough yet to actually link up with our microbus service?
Our microbus?
Well, I mean, you know, the bus service, the free bus service that we have in the city.
It goes as far west as Harbor Village at this time. That's as far as it goes.
Okay, so it doesn't hook up. Gotcha. Very good. Thank you.
Is it Harbor Village?
Yeah.
Harbor, okay.
Further commission discussion?
Doesn't even go to, you don't go as far as Federal Highway then?
Not at this time, no.
Wow. Yeah, we got to get you across the track.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, thank you.
That's it? Okay, let's go ahead. That's it. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 15 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending the table of contents of Chapter 155, by modifying references in Part 3 of Article 9, definitions and interpretation, to include previously approved code provisions, by amending Section 155.3708 Downtown Pompano DP Overlay District to amend the permitted use areas in Table 155.3708 H1A to be consistent with other tables as approved, by amending the table of contents of Article 4 to update established sections within said article, by amending Section 155.4201 E2 to reference permitted use tables that may control or govern overlay districts or plan developments to properly reflect current standards, by amending Part 5, Terms and Uses Defined of Article 9, Definitions and Interpretation, to include previously approved definitions provided in Article 4, by amending Appendix A, Consolidated Use Table, to modify same to eliminate discrepancies between the appendix and the article it references, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon again. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. This item is a staff-initiated text amendment. It is a cleanup effort that we have been meaning to get to. The bulk of the amendment is within Appendix A, which is a consolidated use table of our zoning code. That table shows all of the permitted uses and all of the zoning districts, and this effort is largely to align the permissions within that table with the standards that exist within the code. Other sections are affected. You can tell it's a relatively lengthy title, but all of the changes are similar type corrections, either correcting something that was wrongly adopted when we had a code update in 2012, or if it's something that we've amended in our code over time, but then forgot about Appendix A. So I just want to say that up front. I do have a presentation prepared, so I can go through those items, or we can just go to questions if you have any questions about any of the particular items. But really, there's no change to any of our activity or to any of the permissions of our code. It's largely just correcting a reference here with something that was already provided over here. So with that, I'll ask if you want the presentation or to go to questions.
We'll go straight to the public and see what the commission wants.
Okay.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Max, I just want to clarify what you said.
Okay.
Because when I went through all these use tables, there are a lot of changes. But you are saying that none of these are actual changes. They are all parts of our code that were passed at some point previously that were just not incorporated into an update of this table.
That is correct.
Okay, so when I say, like when I see group living uses, recovery community, that the name has been changed from community residential home with 7 to 14 residents. So at some point we changed the name to recovery community, and we allowed it as a permitted use in, in the TO district. It's already been done. We are not making that change here.
That's correct. There's no change in practice. That was a change that was done many years ago to distinguish between the two categories with different names, and for whatever reason it was more aligned with the Fair Housing Act. And those permissions were provided at that point in time in Article 4. And so this change is to correct the table to properly reference that ordinance.
Okay. I understand that. It just, I was surprised at how many changes there were in here that are not actual changes to allowed uses or anything.
Yeah, we also feel that there are a lot of discrepancies, and so we're eager to get this corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll. Oh, wait, Commissioner Fasick, I'm sorry, I couldn't see.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask specifically related to the just measurements for properties abutting beach.
Sure.
When I looked at that, when I looked at that one specifically, and then like Vice Mayor Fournier said, this is not a change. Are we looking to potentially add more to that? Because it's just this one small line on that, for it to be a whole section reserved for.
Sure. So the reason that we're amending the table of contents from reserved to measurements of property abutting the beach is because that section already exists within the code. At some time since 2012, when this code was adopted, and today, we've established that section, in its proper location in the code, but didn't update the table of contents. So now we're changing that title from reserved to properly reflect the title of that section.
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fasick.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 16 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3505, transportation to modify height standards, setbacks, and tree mitigation areas and landscape requirements, and by amending Section 155.4207, vocational or trade school to permit the use in the Transportation T zoning district, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. So the next three items are all related to the air park, and so I'd like to start with a little organizational structure on how we'd like to address the next three items. So the Transportation Zoning Code amendment is pretty self-contained and self-explanatory, so we'll just do that as a traditional. I'll do a presentation, questions, then the vote. The next two items, one, the Land Use Plan Amendment and the Environmentally Sensitive Lands Amendment, we would like to do those presentations back to back, and then you'll have the whole picture before you have to make a decision on either one of those items. So then you can ask your questions, they can overlap, and so on and so forth. So if it pleases the commission, that's the way we'll go about the next three items.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to start with the Pompano Air
Wait,
Park.
I'm sorry, Jean.
Actually, I'd like to take those step by step, and to be fair, the way that I looked at this, just Ms. Dolan, the transportation change is sort of out of order when you look at things, because it's a simple zoning change, but at the same time, one begets the other one. So if you look down to 18, some of these things that you're asking in this zoning change would apply only if we approve 18 or...
No, not correct. And what you'll find out is this zoning code applies to any development that we're going to do on the air park, whether it's in one of the areas we're freeing up for development or not.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, well, starting with the text amendment in 1553505. So the transportation zoning district is only for the air park. It applies nowhere else. So when this code was adopted in 2012, they used this same structure that's in all the zoning districts for the air park. And you can see that most of these sections have NA under the intensity and dimensional standards. That's because this is not a traditional zone by any means. The air park is a very technical environment that has a lot of height restrictions, both vertical and horizontal, related to the location of the facilities being built in relation to the runways. So we've kind of just totally turned this on its head, gotten rid of this structure, and we're using footnotes to manage the development approvals on the air park. And really, this is how we already do this, so now we're just making the code in alignment with what is common practice. So the first footnote, which is really the most important part, is we're saying that no airport lease parcels can be created within 100 feet of the right-of-way lines of the adjacent roads. And the purpose of that is to create these tree mitigation areas. And what we're going to talk about in the other sections is where we have areas where we are going to be removing some trees. We need to mitigate those trees, and we're making very deliberate mitigation areas for where the tree mitigation will go. We're currently working with a landscape architect that is specializing in aviation or landscape architecture to do the buffer plan. So that's actually in the works right now. Number two is just clarifying how we do height on the airport. So setbacks and heights are done based on the aviation engineer's review. It's not something that a zoning person just comes up arbitrarily. Traditionally, setbacks are from streets, and they're to create a street facing on a street. So when you don't have internal streets, you don't have setbacks in that manner. So what the air park determines within the lease parcel what the appropriate setbacks are and what the appropriate heights are, depending on where they are relative to other aviation uses. And then number three is how we apply landscape standards within the air park. In the air park, you have to be very sensitive to height obstructions, horizontal obstructions, and also wildlife attraction. You don't want any of those things in the wrong places. So we can't apply our landscape code like we would to an office building or a commercial development or a residential development. So this is just clarifying that we will apply our codes where they're appropriate and based on our aviation engineering consultant, which is how we actually do it now. But we're emphasizing that any trees that can't be placed within the airport operations area will now be pulled into these mitigation areas. And I think you've seen how pretty Northeast 5th Street looks, or 5th Ave. We would like to use that as the model for the frontages of Copans and 10th, and that's what we have this landscape architect working on now. The other change is just to clarify that drainage requirements for each lease parcel must be accommodated on the lease parcel itself. This is something that we just want to be upfront about because we had some challenges on our last development for that issue. The other thing we're adding is to make sure that technical training schools are allowed at the airport. We just noticed that the vocational trade school did not have a permitted use in transportation, so we have corrected that because we do have Barrington Irving Technical Training School that we're looking at as a future tenant. They are going to be making a presentation later when we do our other two items. So we just want to make sure that that is clearly a permitted use at the airport. There are 7 criteria for you to consider when you look at a zoning text amendment. Staff believes all 7 of these are met, and we can go through the details if you'd like. However, there is a detailed explanation of each in the staff report. So the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval of this code amendment on January 22nd, 2025, and staff recommends approval. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. These are all different, slightly. Are you planning to build something in this area?
We're not doing this for us to do construction right now, but yes, we are planning to develop the north end of the air park.
What are you planning to develop there?
Aviation uses.
Aviation uses.
Yes, the airport is deed restricted to aviation uses, so that's part of the deed restriction that came with the airport when it was given to us under the Surplus Property Act of 1940.
Okay, so no high-rise, no form of development, nothing being switched around in the future, just aviation usage.
That's right.
Nothing else whatsoever. Guaranteed.
You can't do high rises on the airport, and I don't know what else you're
we,
getting
we
at,
can't
so-
trust what you people do. We'll change
No,
your
you
mind
can't.
in a
That's
second.
true.
Come on, Mr. Skaversky.
You say one thing, and then 2 years later, you switch the zoning around and do whatever the heck you want.
This is an airport that's deed restricted for aviation uses.
It's in the northwest corner, all the way on the end.
This is on an airport that's deed restricted for aviation uses.
Okay, so it's only for that period, ever, at least in the next 30 years, when most of us won't be here. Okay.
Very good. Further input from the public, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram.
Can you please introduce yourself and name and address for the record on the microphone so everybody at home can hear you?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I have a very loud voice, that's why I did that. Okay, but I will be in order. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pastor Dr.
It's for the record. I mean, it's so it needs to be on the microphone. That's the thing. People really can't hear you if
Oh, you can't hear? Oh,
unless it's on the microphone.
all right, I do apologize for those who are hearing impaired. So, anyway, my name is Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. My question would be, what are those 7 steps that you did not mention?
All right, they're on the slide. So the 7 criteria are, number 1, it needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and in the staff report, we gave the details of Objective 2.06, which relates to the airport and or those associated policies. Number 2, it does not conflict with any provision of this code or the Code of Ordinances, and it does address conflicts between the landscape code and the technical requirements of the aviation development. So that is one thing that it actually corrects in terms of conflicts. It's required by change conditions, and all these other air parks initiatives that we're doing right now made us focus on this code and see that there's issues with this code and we need to clean it up. It demonstrates a community need, and the air park deed restrictions, which do require that we develop this in aviation uses, and it requires, we wanted to require the landscaping along the multipurpose path, which is something that the community really likes, especially when you see what we did along Fifth Avenue. It's consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district in the code, which it creates relevance for aviation design, would result in a logical development order pattern. Obviously, it's logical to develop the airport in an aviation environment, and it would not result in significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, including but not limited to water, air, noise, stormwater, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment. So our code amendment supports the whole concept of right tree, right place, and requires the trees along the public serving multipurpose path and not in the aviation operations area where they're not safe.
Okay. To follow up, excuse me, thank you. So would it be possible in the future if a diverse group would be willing to build an educational facility for flight and education for youth that could connect with Broward County schools?
We do allow technical training schools on the airport, and you could have a public school program at the airport, absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions. Commissioner Fasick.
Okay. So I read through the planning and zoning minutes that were provided, and I understand that there's Article 3 here and there's Article 4. So Article 3 basically being that the change in the zoning with the transportation side. But then the second, Article 4 is for the vocational trades or trade school.
That's correct.
Okay. Was Mr. Irving giving a presentation on the vocational trade school for this to show what could be done here?
He'll do that on the next item. Yeah, we'll do the LUPA application, the ESL application, and then BITS will do a little program after that.
Okay, because I would have liked to have this be separated, Article 3 as the zoning thing, and then, of course, I want to make sure that it's on the record that I absolutely love Mr. Irving's tech school and vocational school, and I think the opportunity is an amazing one. But I'm a little bit concerned that we're parading him around and we don't have a lease agreement, or we don't have we don't have anything on paper for him other than having him show up here. So that's my concern. If we're going to make these changes, and there's usually, many cases, there's usually somebody who comes in here as a developer, or they come in here with a proposed usage, and here we have that, but we just don't have any sort of agreement ready to go.
This code amendment will live well beyond whatever happens with BITS. So anytime there's a training school that wants to be on the air park, a technical training school, this will allow that to be a permitted use. Right now, we do have a couple technical schools on the air park, but they were approved as unlisted aviation uses, so now this will just give us the opportunity to be direct about what we're approving. It's not related to BITS directly.
Okay. Just double check. That's all.
That's all? Very good. Further, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Will this change also, or could it also enable a flight school here?
Yes. Flight schools are already permitted at the air park. Obviously, we have 5 of them.
I understand they are. So that is one of the big concerns we hear. We already have quite a few flight schools, as you referenced. We have a lot of pattern traffic and going right over neighborhoods. So where or how do we ensure that we don't end up with a bunch of additional flight schools in this area that we would change to be?
Yeah, we don't have any capability to restrict flight schools on the air park. The assurance you have is that you can only use one runway at a time. So you've already maxed out the pattern in terms of how many planes can be in that pattern at one time. So even if we had 10 more flight schools, you already have maxed out a number of planes in that pattern at a time. So we can't restrict that, but the airport itself is saturated.
Are you saying that we are, in all the hours the air park is operational, that the pattern is completely full?
Right, you can't use more than one runway at a time, and you can fit about 5 training airplanes in the pattern at a time. So you already have that capacity met. So you're not going to get more than that, even if we got more flight schools.
I understand what you're saying, that there's a capacity, but I'm not sure that we're at capacity all the time. I mean, certainly it is very busy, but I think there's probably more opportunity for pattern traffic at certain hours. Yeah, can we answer that? Because we're going to have to answer this for people.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is we're presenting these items as a first step. We cannot even get to a lease discussion until we get over these first steps here. Our goal is to be able to come back with you all, assuming we approve this, come back to you all with a lease that would at least take care of a good portion of that land that we're going to be talking about in a little bit, that would allow for certain functions there, but not others.
We had discussed this.
Yes.
So I wanted to see things at the same time, and I understand that's not how this is going to, to process-wise work, but I would also have liked to see a lease that said, okay, it is for a technical training campus facility and not for flight schools.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you identify yourself, sir?
You don't know who I am?
I don't.
You kidding me?
Ryan Donovan, Assistant City Manager.
Ryan Donovan, Assistant
Not in public, we don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Perkins, sure.
Okay, I don't know whether this will be for the first item or the second. I'll wait. I'll wait.
You sure? I mean, it's,
Yeah, I just like to, and it's probably somewhat of what Brian just said. I know how we usually do a lease, and we're talking about here a trade school and vocational school. And I would like to see, rather than just vocational, a trade school, I'd like to see Barrington's name based on his work and what he does attached to that.
Well, when we do a lease, it will be. This is just the zoning code that allows.
Yeah, that's
that
why I
to
said
be
I didn't know whether to
permitted
wait or
use.
not. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
good, okay. Commissioner Fasick, yes.
Okay, is there a possibility to, and this, Mr. Berman, is there a possibility to separate Article 3 and Article 4 from these?
I'd have to take a look. It would take some doing to try and separate the two.
I mean, just for a matter of the voting on they're line itemed out fairly easily. That way, it still gives you the transportation zoning district, which would allow that, and of course, vocational trade school would allow, but if I mean, in all the backup here, everything is talking about Barrington Irving Technical Training School to provide this program, so I would like for people to know what that looks like.
Commissioner, what is it you're looking at? If I can ask.
I'm looking at I printed off some of my backup so I can make notes on it. So I'm looking
just
at the planning.
what part of the
planning and-
backup, though?
Planning and zoning, local planning agency memorandum 25-002. So it was basically how it was presented to planning and zoning and how it's presented.
Presentation by staff?
Staff initiated text amendment.
That's why I hesitated. I don't see it in the ordinance.
I-
so I don't know what it is that you're asking.
I'm just wondering if there's a way to separate these so that it's, because when we met with, when we all met individually with Mr. Irving, he told us a story of how he had had some issues with other airports and in other cities in the past. And if we're going to do this and add this and change this, and I think that's a great idea for adding the technical or VOTEC, the school option, I want to be able to give him some assurances that we're going to honor our end of the deal. And because he's already been through kind of enough with being edged out, and there's not many airports in this area.
Yeah, that assurances will come when we give him a lease. It's not going to come in the zoning code, which applies to everybody, whoever uses a transportation zoning district.
Well, this is vocational school specifically, though. Thanks.
But that can be, any vocational school can locate on the airport as a permitted use, not just Barrington Irving.
Okay, Commissioner? Yep, good? Okay, I've got Commissioner Perkins, and I'll come back to Vice Mayor.
The comprehensive plan, number 17, is when we will talk about the lease? No?
No, the land use plan and the ESL map amendment are going to create areas where we can do a lease with the Barrington Irving. Right now, we don't have a parcel unless we start working with Sand and
Okay, okay.
Spurs.
I'm ahead. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Sorry. Commissioner Fessick, did you have your question answered on that? Because I do think, so I see what you're looking at now. Article 4.
What is, do you know, what is
Yeah,
it? Backup?
she's in the staff report.
Staff report.
Staff report. So there's two changes to this. The second one is the allowing the permitted use, a vocational school as a permitted use in just transportation. And the rest of it is changing it to transportation. So you have to change it to transportation and then allow a vocational school as a permitted use to get to a place where you can then create a lease with someone who wants to put in a VOTEC school.
We need to put transportation or the school as a permitted use in the zoning district, and then close that door.
Right.
And then go to the land use plan amendment, the ESL amendment, and remove the barricades to doing future development on the air park, because all the parcels that are available are either Sand and Spurs or one that doesn't work for them.
But I guess I'm saying the two parts of this that we're voting on just allow the first step. But we need both in order to allow a technical school to be at the air park in this area.
In this very clean way, yes.
Okay. What is the time, so does this go, which of these go to other entities? So I guess how soon would we have a draft lease? What has to be approved and what doesn't in order to get a lease underway?
You've got about a year before you're going to get a lease, maybe more, because the plating will take longer. This text amendment, we will bring you back for second reading in 2 weeks. The other items won't come back to second reading until they go through the county review. That's probably going to be around September. We'll go through the timeline on the next two items.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
I don't feel like I have had my answers, my questions answered with this. I understand, but I think these are out of order, so I'm gonna have to say no.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Hart.
Yes. Item 17 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting a comprehensive plan map amendment for a 46.4-acre site located on the northwest corner of the Pompano Beach Air Park, providing for a determination that a local planning agency hearing was held on January 22nd, 2025, providing that a transmittal and adoption public hearing will be held, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Once again, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. So what we're going to do now is go through the land use plan amendment presentation, segue right into the ESL map amendment, in which time I also have Tori Batchelor here from Kimley Horn, who's our environmental specialist on this job. She will do a brief presentation as part of that. Then we'll have Barrington come up and do a little presentation, and we'll open it up for public and commission comment.
Very good.
All right, so we're starting with the land use plan amendment. So what we're doing is changing the future land use map, which is what I want to emphasize is our Chapter 163 future land use map, which applies to the whole city. This happens just to be a piece of it that's dealing with the airport. And you can see the open space recreation use kind of wraps around the end of runway 15. So the area within the blue, we're carving out and changing the land use designation on that to transportation, so that can be developed as aviation uses. So the FAA recognized future land use map comes in the airport master plan, which is a document that has many pages that kind of describes what's happening at the airport. So the dark blue and the argyle pattern and the orange, those are colors that say these are for aviation uses. So when the FAA looks at our air park, that's what they consider is going to be built as aviation uses. The property map, which is adjacent to that on the right, is also one of the pages in the airport master plan. And what that shows is kind of a reverse. Everything that's in color on that map has been released from the deed restrictions that granted the airport to the city in 1947. So everything that's white on that map is deed restricted to aviation uses. So you can see the area that we're trying to fix on our Chapter 163 future land use map will then be in compliance with the airport master plan. So these are the areas that will become open for development. The whole 46 acres is not developable. Only 32.5 acres of that is developable for business uses because we have to leave that end, which I have marked there as parcel T, that has to be in the clear zone, so you can't actually put any development on it. So when you do a land use plan amendment, you look at several things. One of them is the adjacent land uses. In this case, west is North Dixie Highway and the FEC railroad track. South is the wooded area there and Sand and Spurs. Those both, the southern 5 acres and Sand and Spurs already have a transportation land use. To the north is Copens Road and Crest Haven, and to the east is the airfield and the golf course. So 32.5 of those 46.54 acres can be accommodated with development. Now, when we do a land use plan amendment, what you do is you compare maximum development under the current land use and maximum development under what you're proposing and make sure your infrastructure can accommodate that demand. So when we do the math on that, we can build about another 283,000 square feet net additional as compared to what you can do under a recreation land use. So when you do the impact analysis on how much water and sewer and solid waste and traffic that generates, it is a reduction in all those uses except solid waste, which increases. So this might not feel intuitively correct, but that's because recreation impacts are based on the size of the building because they're expecting a lot of visitors to go to a recreation use. Whereas industrial, it's based on the number of employees because you don't have visitors coming to an industrial use. It's just based on how many people work there. With aviation uses, you need a lot of space and not that many people because you got big airplanes that are taking up a lot of that space. So this might not feel intuitively correct, but that's how the math works out when you do the impact analysis. The one change that is something to be measured is 33 acres of the area that we're changing is right now on the Parks and Recreation inventory as open space, and they called it the Arboretum back in the day. It's part of that wooded area. So we are going to lose that 33 acres off of our inventory. Notably, though, it's not publicly accessible, so no one's going to miss having that area. If you look at how much total park acreage we have now, we can accommodate up to 167,800 people with that based on our 5 acre per thousand level of service standard. So even after we reduce this 33 acres from the inventory, we can still meet our level of service standards way beyond our 2040 planning horizon. So again, when you're doing a comprehensive plan amendment, you always look at the goals, objectives, and policies in your comp plan to make sure that you're consistent with those goals, objectives, and policies. So when we wrote the Air Park Master Plan, or Air Park GOPS, goals, objectives, and policies, they were specifically written to accommodate this project, and it also supports our economic development goals. The other thing you look at is, do you have enough infrastructure to service the demand of this development? And clearly, the capacity is already available to accommodate that. And then the compatibility with adjacent uses and natural resource impacts is looked at. So what we'll go over with the ESL map amendment is whether this natural resource area that we're removing in order to make this happen is actually qualified as an environmentally sensitive land. And what you'll find it is not. It's so invaded with exotics that it doesn't qualify as an environmentally sensitive land anyway. So we have a presentation coming up on that next. So just to go over the timeline, as you mentioned, Vice Mayor, this is a very long process. So both the ESL map amendment and the county land use map amendment will go through this process because the environmentally sensitive land map is also in the comp plan. So we had our P&Z meeting on January 22nd. Today is our first reading. If this gets approved to go forward, we'll submit it to the county for review around March 1st. Then we're projecting, we'll go to the Broward County Planning Council around May 22nd, to the City Commission around August 12th, and then we'll come back to City Commission for second reading around September. So that's kind of our hopeful timeline to get this through. Now, it'll take a little longer to get a lease and all that because we have to plat all this property. So that'll take a little longer. So we did kind of shop this around to our various boards to get recommendations. Of course, the Airport Advisory Board unanimously recommended approval on January 7th, 2025. The Planning and Zoning Board unanimously recommended approval on January 22nd, 2025. The Economic Development Council unanimously recommended approval on January 27th, 2025. And of course, staff recommends approval. So now, instead of going right to questions, we're going to go right to the ESL map amendment, go through that presentation, and then you'll have all the information before you can start answering questions.
Very good.
All right, so now we're doing our Air Park Environmentally Sensitive Lands Map Amendment, so this is now item 18. So the areas shown on this map are the areas to be removed from the ESL map. We tried to find out, like, how did these get on this map in the first place? So this was done in the 80s, right after the Growth Management Act was passed. That was passed in 1985, and all the cities and counties had to have their new comp plans adopted by 1989. So because the county has comp plan authority, land use authority, they had to do theirs first. So it appears, based on what we could find, is that the county just kind of asked the cities, what do you want to put on this map? So there was no analysis that was done to determine if these areas really qualify as environmentally sensitive lands. They were just placed on this map. So these kind of correlate to what we're doing with the land use plan amendment. That area 91 and 95 roughly coincide with our areas 1 and 2, and then the area 93 and 92 are other environmentally sensitive lands that need to be removed from that map so we can go ahead with aviation uses. So again, this is the same map, the future land use map that the FAA recognizes for the airport from the airport master plan is showing the blue and the Argyle. Those are aviation uses, and you can see all these wooded areas are part of that colored area. And the same on the other map that shows the white indicates that all that area is still deed restricted to aviation use. So we've done a couple environmental studies over the past. The wildlife assessment was done for the air park in 2017. And what that does is it looks more than just at the airfield itself. It looks a whole 5 miles around the airport. So wildlife is an issue for almost every airport, and that's because they're giant open areas in the middle of urban development. So they're very attractive to wildlife. And one of the main things they want to keep out of airports are flocking birds, because that's what can cause airstrikes and plane crashes. So the wildlife assessment was one of the first studies that addressed these trees. However, they looked at a much broader area. They went all the way out to the landfill in Coconut Creek in terms of the risks of flocking birds, and all around the community park and so on and so forth. So they didn't really find these trees to be terribly important in terms of wildlife attractors because they're so invaded with exotics. They're not that attractive to wildlife, particularly flocking birds. But they did recommend that over time those trees should be taken out because there are height obstructions and vertical obstructions. Now, for this process, we actually did a natural resource assessment back in 2023, and we had an environmental specialist from Kimley Horn, and she's going to walk you through her findings of looking at all 4 of those areas on the ESL map.
Thank you. My name is Tori Batchelor. I work for Kimley Horn, and I'm a biologist. I'm also certified by the FWC for gopher tortoise surveying and relocation. As Jean mentioned, we completed a natural resource assessment, which was basically myself and my team going on site at the air park and looking at all 4 of these areas to determine quality of the sites and also wildlife usage. So as we mentioned, there are 4 areas that we looked at, and I'll refer to them as areas 1, 2, 3, and 4, which will correspond to this map, and it's the same as the map that Jean showed. So all 4 areas are actually quite similar, so this next few slides are going to sound very repetitive, but I wanted to show you some photos of the areas just so you could get a feel for what they look like. So area 1 is heavily forested, and it did contain a high amount of exotic species, specifically airleaf acacia, umbrella tree, and Brazilian pepper. We did not find any listed species within this forested area or adjacent to it.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you there? I've watched this presentation at the Planning and Zoning Board on TV. Can you explain what you mean by no listed species observed? What are listed species, just so
Sure.
everybody understands it?
Sure. So when I mention listed species, that means species that are protected, either state or federal. So, for example, that would be the gopher tortoise or the Florida burrowing owl or the Florida scrub jay. So they are state and federally protected. Of course, there could be wildlife species that use these areas that are not federally or state protected, like raccoon or armadillo.
Thank you.
So area 2, it was also heavily forested, and again, it was extremely similar to area 1 with the same type of exotic species, but again, we did not find any protected species within or adjacent to this area. Area 3, again, heavily forested. Actually, in the photo on the top right, that's a lot of umbrella tree that you can see. Those are those large leaf trees. Those are exotic. And then bottom left actually shows a good view of the airleaf acacia, so very large trees that over time, even these areas would likely degrade further because they're not being maintained. It's challenging to maintain areas on an air park because scribe burning is a common method to maintain, and likely you wouldn't be able to do that at the air park. So it's very likely that these areas would just continue to degrade over time. Also because exotic species are very aggressive. Area 4, that one had slightly less percentage of exotic species. And we actually did find some gopher tortoise burrows along the edges of Area 4. The photo in the bottom left shows a gopher tortoise burrow that we observed. Gopher tortoises were the only species that we saw within Area 4. Only protected species. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the gopher tortoise. So their habitat preferences include sandy soils, pine flatwoods, scrubs, dry prairies, and sunny areas. So they would prefer the edges of areas 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they would not occur in the middle of areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. They don't like heavily forested areas. They have to occur along the edges since they like the sandy and sunny areas. So I should also mention at this point that if this area was developed, of course you would have to obtain a permit from FWC to relocate the tortoises. And so that just requires applying to FWC, doing a full 100% survey of the area, which means traversing literally 100% of all 4 areas prior to any development occurring. And then those species, the gopher tortoise, could be relocated to other areas that might be more suitable for tortoises, such as fern forest. I do want to talk about the Florida burrowing owl. We did observe those within the air park, but not anywhere near areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're actually are more found on the southeast area of the air park. They do not like forested areas at all. They like open treeless areas per FWC's guidelines, so we did not find any of them within or even adjacent to areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. Similarly, a survey for this species will be conducted prior to any development. Like I mentioned, we didn't see any on site, and they're not likely to occur within areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here's just showing a map of the location of gopher tortoises that we observed. That is area 4, where all of those were observed along the edges. And then also highlighted in yellow towards the bottom of the figure is the area that we observed Florida burrowing owls. So next I just wanted to talk a little bit about what Jean touched on, is if these areas would even be considered environmentally sensitive lands or local areas of particular concern. So to be an environmentally sensitive land, it has to be either a wetland or contain mineral resources, floodplains, or beaches or soils, or a local area of particular concern. So then we move into, okay, well, what is a local area of particular concern? It could be marine resources, which these areas don't contain. It could be natural landforms. Again, the area doesn't these 4 areas don't contain any of them. Native vegetative communities, along with 3 of the following criteria. So areas 1, 2, and 3, I don't think would qualify for a LAPC because they just do not contain a high amount of native species. But even then area 4, which did contain some native species, it doesn't have at least 3 of the following criteria. It's not extremely unique. Diversity, it has to be 2 or more ecological communities, and area 4 actually only contained 1 ecological community. Low level of exotic invasion, potential for protection, not likely because it's within an air park. And then moving on, further LAPCs could be wildlife areas or economic resources or cultural resources, which the last 2, there was none noted on site. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
All right, so as you can see, these areas wouldn't qualify under today's criteria to be designated as environmentally sensitive lands, so this is one of the reasons we're taking them off the map. So again, back to our development proposal. So as you can see, areas 1 and 2 are part of these treat areas that has to be cleared, so that gives us 32.5 acres for aviation development. And then the remainder of those areas adds another 16.3 acres for aviation development and 12.1 for airfield development. So the 12.1 acres is that area 92. So we won't put any business development there. If anything gets built there, it'll be a taxiway. There is a taxiway shown there in the master plan, but it's not needed until we have some kind of aviation development on that side of the airfield, so it's not likely. What will happen the short term in area 92 is we need to remove some trees from a corner of that area 4, which is ESL Area 92, for a runway visibility zone. So you have to be able to see between the end of runway 24 and runway 15, and those trees are blocking that view. So this is something we're doing under the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was granted to the airport. It's going through a whole National Environmental Policy Act review for us to remove those trees because we'll be using federal funds to clear that out. So that's an extensive process that's going on now. And those trees would be mitigated. Any native trees we take out within that triangle for that runway visibility zone would be mitigated by the city because we'll be taking those trees out by the air park. That little cover there is just showing you the study that's going on now on that runway visibility zone, and HDR Engineering is doing that study. Now, we also have to clear obstructions from the airport. So what you probably are familiar with is our runway overlay district, but what we normally think of that district is for aviation obstructions off the airport in terms of new development. We put it through a process to make sure that their building heights aren't encroaching on the runway or on the airport airspace restrictions. But if you read the preamble to this 155.3707, it also applies to the air park itself. And I just want to read you a little bit about what the findings and purpose are under the air park overlay district. So it says, the City Commission hereby finds certain obstructions, whether natural or man-made, that intrude into airspace near runways have the potential to be hazardous to aircraft operations and endanger the lives and property of users of the air park and of occupants of land in the vicinity of the obstruction. It goes on to say the prevention of these hazards, limitation of incompatible land uses, and the elimination, removal, alteration, mitigation, or marking and lighting of existing airport hazards should be accomplished to the extent legally possible by the exercise of the police power of the city. Under the purpose, it is the purpose of the Air Park Overlay, APO District, to recognize an area adjacent to the runways of the Pompano Beach Air Park in which obstructions and incompatible land uses may pose a hazard to safe air park operations, and to apply reasonable regulations that prevent such obstructions and limit such incompatible uses and are consistent with Chapter 333 Airport Zoning in the Florida statutes and the standards for civilian airports established by the Federal Aviation Administration. So this is already well established in our code that we need to manage not only the area around the air park, but on the air park for obstructions. So we've recently had an obstruction validation study done by Kimley Horn in 2017 in February, or in 2024 in February. And that also identifies some other trees that we will be taking out immediately. Now, I only identified the ones that are within our study areas that we're talking about today. This again is another study that goes all the way around the airfield and looks at obstructions also in Community Park, along by the Public Works Complex and so forth. But this is the only part of it that I highlighted. So that area in red, they have some vegetation that's already encroaching on the airspace surfaces, and they need to be removed. So within the red areas, that's also a space where we'll be doing some clearing in the short term. So once again, when you're doing any kind of comp plan amendment, which this ESL amendment is included, you make sure that it's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comp plan. And these are the same goals, objectives, and policies that applied in the land use plan amendment. Now again, with the process is exactly the same, and should this be approved today, we will track these together, go all the way through the county process before we bring this back to commission for second reading. Same recommendations. We took this to the Airport Advisory Board, the Planning and Zoning Board, and the Economic Development Council for their consideration, and they all gave us recommendations for approval, and staff recommends approval. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Barrington Irving. He's going to do a brief presentation on what their school is about, and then we'll get into the questions and answers.
Very good, thank you. And welcome, Mr. Irving.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of County Commission, City Commissioners, I should say. Thank you all for the opportunity to share a little bit more about the Barrington Irving Technical Training School and some of what we're doing. Of course, you all already know that how I got into aviation was through a chance meeting with an airline pilot who shared with me how much money he made, and I never looked back. I'm very grateful for that opportunity, but that opportunity has allowed me to not only fly around the world and set records, but also create opportunities for others. Although I am not a resident in the city of Pompano, I am proud to say that I'm a resident at the Pompano Air Park. And thanks to you all, we've had the opportunity to start to immerse ourselves within workforce development and training. And for us at the Barrington Irving Technical Training School, I just want to say, we are not seeking to add another flight school to the airport. That is not our mission. That's not what we're interested in. That is not our goal. But we do want to capitalize on the career opportunities available when you're talking about maintenance, repair, overhauling parts, servicing parts, and that is part of our key focus. I must say that my relationship with Pompano, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Our relationship with Pompano began with a young man who went through our program in Miami. His name is Timothy Brown, and I have he and his mother, Shaquessa, here. Timothy, please stand real quick. This young man, we'll hear from Timothy later on. Thank you, Timothy. But this young man came through our program, drove all the way from Pompano for 16 weeks, got trained, got certified, and just had his job interview with Florida Jet Charter, I should say, not too long ago. So, of course, the relationship began in starting to serve members within your community, and you all have given us the opportunity to start a small-scale workforce development and training program. And we actually have some of those candidates with us here today. I'd first like to recognize and just have them stand. Stephanie Williams, Dale Mowat, Carlos Munoz, and Yan Sanchez. So we are very proud of these individuals. They went through the interview process. They are some. They don't represent all. Our target is 10 to go through the first cohort of training, but they represent your community. They're who we collectively want to serve, of course, and we're very proud of them. So thank you all. You can have a seat. So what exactly do we do at BITS? Well, our work is quite simple. We want to train, upskill, and employ individuals within a 16-week period and timeline. We work with individuals who may be looking for something different. They may not know what exactly they want to do in life. They're not sure, or maybe they just want to make a different step or different transition. I'll pull up on the screen a very short video clip to not only show you all, but show the community some of the success of the work we've done. Just recently, we had a graduation in Miami of 21 candidates, 20 completed the program. Wow. Timothy was one of them, and we are very proud of what we're seeing, not only with getting candidates employed, but also having them retained once they're employed. We try to focus on not just building parts, but also building lives in the process. I'll play this quick video for you.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could.
This is the first time I actually stay consistent into something. I've learned
that everything takes sacrifice and just give your best.
Being in the program for these last 3 months has really shown me that my capabilities aren't just limited to one thing, that I can really also put my time into something else and make a better way for myself also.
It may not be the path that you may have thought that you may be on, but you end up on a better path. This is what this is for me.
It's truly a blessing. Just in the blink of an eye, I'm somebody.
Right after graduation, I see myself finally employed within the industry. And my ultimate goal is just to change my life for the better and make my mom proud.
I mean, I didn't even know about the aviation industry until this program. And being in this program, there's so many opportunities, so many career paths that I can go through. I thank the program so much, and Barrington especially, for even looking at me and giving me a chance, reading my story and seeing where I come from, what I've done, and still accepting me as, you know, kind of his own.
Last class was a success. It showed the new one what we're all about.
You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You can have
You don't want to be where the wind blowing this way, you draining, and some of it being on you.
What's gonna happen when I go from positive to negative? Oh, there it is. That's what I wanted.
That was we did that to make sure that it wasn't cracked. It wasn't cracked. So then we put it back in the oven.
The reason for that is when you run down the nut onto whatever, it forces this lumbar to be flat.
Every Saturday, I don't like drag myself out of bed. I'm excited because I know I'm going to learn something new every single time I come to class.
I'm so grateful for this program. It's been an awesome journey, and I can't wait for what my future holds.
My ultimate goal is to not only be inspired, but to inspire. I want people to look at my story and say, if he could do it, I could do it too.
So that's a small highlight as it pertains to the work of what we want to do here within Pompano. But what is our mission as it pertains to the air park? We want to establish a sustainable training program, not flight related, but a training program to upskill individuals, have them focus on technical skills, right? Whether they're doing sheet metal, precision measuring, they're dealing with parts, where they're building parts, overhauling parts. And we want it to be driven in a sustainable manner where we're able to control a leasehold that not only helps to support the school in and of itself, but also allows us to bring in community partners in those type of maintenance, repair operations. These are operations where they don't require airplanes. Think about it. When an engine is serviced or a landing gear is serviced, it's shipped somewhere in order for that servicing to take place. So we want to capitalize on that. Of course, I know I've highlighted the adults. I know I've highlighted some of the candidates that will be participating, but we are very intentful in also working with high schoolers. There's no reason why high school students shouldn't have pre-apprenticeship opportunities. So that is coming. I know I've been working with some of you here in regards to building those relationships with the community. You have your middle schoolers as well and upper elementary school students. Why do this? Well, everyone knows about the pilot shortage, but no one really pays attention to the technician shortage in aviation. Worldwide, we need over 700,000 technicians, a study just released by Boeing. And if every school in this country graduated at 100% capacity, every technical aviation school, we'd only be producing somewhere around 11,000 candidates a year. So simply put, what does that mean? These are employment opportunities. These are opportunities for those in communities, whether you're straight A student, C student, or you're struggling in school, to do something different and something where you can be employed. I think times are starting to change where for a lot of individuals, they first need to start with the skills and a great job to launch in their career. And then, of course, the schooling and all those things come together. But we are excited about this, and we of course, want to share more. But with that said, I also want to invite up Jason Goldstein, my business partner, alongside with Jeff Colasanti. But I'll have Jason come in. He's helping me spearhead this alongside with a community of individuals. But we're very excited about the work we want to do, specifically as it relates to the airport. What exactly do we envision as a concept or a opportunity to take this to the next level? Basically, we want to create an ecosystem within a leasehold that, of course, we will be to the north of Sand and Spurs. Of course, we'll make sure we have separation from them, but we want to be able to create an opportunity for industry to be brought in, upskill, train, once again, focused on maintenance. And this has nothing to do with the flight school. I know I'm a pilot, but I've fallen in love with the maintenance side of the house, and we've helped countless others. So with that said, Jason, anything you'd like to add?
Actually, Barrington, first of all, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Goldstein, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As Barrington indicated, a business partner of his, we intend to work on this project together. Professionally, I'm an attorney. I'm not here in that capacity. Here to definitely answer any questions. I think Barrington answered a lot of what I intended to talk about. But just to get ahead of some points, the reason why we're looking to have this leasehold is for the sustainability. So I think Commissioner Fesick, you kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier, and I appreciate, I think, the innuendo and the concern, because we have had issues in the past where we've been invited onto leaseholds by primary leaseholders, where we've been the subtenants, and then we're basically under the thumb of that leaseholder with the airport sponsor. In this case, of course, would be the City of Pompano Beach as the sponsor. And then we find ourselves having some trouble with sustainability, that is having longevity for the program, and also having, as I like to call it, the gas in the tank. So we're having to go out with our hands open and say, hey, what can you donate this year to help for the sustainability of the program? So we brainstormed, and we spent countless nights where we talked about how we can take BITS to the next level, where we think it has not only local appeal but national appeal, but in a way where we can drive the dollars and cents that it would take for this to go on, hopefully beyond us being on this planet. And so we determined that, well, why aren't we the ones that are in the driver's seat? Why don't we go to the airport sponsors and say, look, this is what we're looking to do. It's a win-win. We want to drive economic development for the local community, while at the same time helping those that are underrepresented and underprivileged in the local community, but allowing us to do it in a way that's sustainable for us. So we intend to have a campus where 4 BITS, and we'll start in a way where we first have what I'll call the nucleus for the school, and that school will then grow and develop, and we'll bring in partners like we have now in Miami, and those partners will invite on board, and we'll say, hey, look, you work with us, we'll have you contractually bound as subtenants to work with us. Not only will you have to pay for your leasehold, but you'll have to work with BITS. You'll have to allow us to collaborate with your aviation-related business, where we can have our candidates work with you, and then at the same time develop agreements where those candidates, upon successful completion, have jobs promised for them, a lot of what we're already doing. So I just wanted to give that background so you all can understand, because some folks do wonder why it is that we want to come in as not only the technical training school, but also as the leaseholder. Thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think now at this point, we'll just open it up for the public and the commission, and you can ask the whole team any questions you might have.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate the presentations. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just coming forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Yep. Can we turn off that cell phone? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Timothy Brown, 2743 Northwest 4th Street.
Shaquesta Bowers Brown, same address.
If you don't know me, well, Mr. Barrington just introduced me, but my name is Timothy Brown Jr., and I attended the Barrington Irvin Technical Training School. I'm here today to tell you all about my experience at BITS. So for the past few months, I've been learning fundamental skills to help me on my mission of working in the aviation industry. I want to get a good job and become successful so I can take care of my family. Things weren't always easy for my family. Sometimes we had to handle tough situations. One of them was being kicked out of our house and separated from each other. For 2 years, I wasn't able to live with my mom, dad, and sisters. My mom and dad had to work real hard to make enough money for all of us to get back together. After a while, a spot opened up for us at a house my aunt owned, and we were able to reunite. I never forgot that feeling of being apart and how good it felt to be whole again. I believe that BITS has given me the knowledge I need to become successful and to make sure nothing like that ever happens to my family again. I remember the first day I heard about BITS. I was hanging out with my friends, and I got a text message from my uncle. He told me about the type of skills that BITS teaches, and I was immediately interested. Since I was a young man, I always loved tools. Whether I was helping around the house or working on my bike, I've always wanted to see what I've always been interested in working with my hands, so I naturally wanted to see what I could learn at the BITS program. My uncle put me into contact with Nicole, and we planned for me to come by and see what the program had to offer. I toured the classrooms and started getting excited about all the possibilities. About a week later, I was in the classroom learning. I was being taught the proper names and uses of a variety of different tools. From there, I learned about the fundamentals of electricity and how to complete precision measurements. Before long, I was cutting and riveting sheet metal. With every module that passed, I was closer to my goal. I'm proud to tell you all that I completed the program with 12 certifications. It's a dream come true for a kid who used to love working with tools. With that being said, I really want to take the time to thank all of the BITS team members who believed in me and encouraged me to keep going and to chase my dreams. I also want to give a special thanks to my family. My mom, dad, aunt, and uncle have always pushed me to be the best that I could be. My siblings have always supported me and been there for me when I needed them. I really couldn't have done this without them. BITS means a lot to me. I really care about the program. I think it's important for it to come to our city and help out all the other men and women like me who want to be a better version of themselves. I'm very honored to help launch the program in my hometown. I can't wait to see all the good things we accomplish here in our community. Once again, I want to thank you all for coming today and supporting me and the BITS team on our mission of helping others. Things aren't always going to be easy, but with hard work and dedication, we can help ourselves and help our city. God bless you all.
Very good. Thank you. Great job and good luck. Next speaker. Yeah.
Hi, Martin Cooper, 1031 Northeast 28th Avenue, Pompano Beach. I just want to, I think BITS is great. I'm the captain. I'm also an A&P. So I've been all the way through it, and I'll just give you a little background. I petitioned Dade County Public Schools in 1973 for the first ground school and a high school ever on Miami Beach High. We got it approved, and it's a great program. The one thing we're doing is we're knocking, nothing against your school, we're knocking out 46.5 acres. Is our water guy here still? Sewer and water here?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, because I have some questions on that. So the way I understand it, our wells are at that airport. And I didn't hear one bit anything about how our wells are protected or what's going on here. When we have, let me try to make sure I can get the picture straight. If we were to dig up the 46.4 acres, does everyone know what TY Park looks like in Hollywood? Is everyone familiar with that? It's a big giant water park. Okay, if we dug up the airport, it would look like TY Park. That's our aquifer. So what I understand is, I don't care about the scrub and everything. I just know we have open space. It rains, the rain gets filtered out through the sand, and we get fresh water, which we sell. Is that a fact? Do we sell the water?
Well, I mean, we provide water.
Our city also sells to other cities. Yeah. All right, so we're going to cover it up with cement. I'm just saying, is there an impact? I didn't hear anything about any impact on the airport and everything and whether it affects our water. Our wells right across from Public Works can't be, a quarter of a mile away from where we're looking to, to develop this entire 46 acres. I have nothing against the school or what we're doing, but I want to make sure there's no impact. I mean, from what I understand, it rains, it gets filtered in, we get fresh water, and that airport supplies a ton of fresh water to us. you know, that's not affected and everything. And I have nothing against the school and everything. I know, you know, you guys are gonna have to make sure you got your hazmat covered and all that stuff and safety. And, you know, we're talking about taking out a lot of open space that could affect our water. I haven't heard one thing about our wells on the airport or, you know, any kind of an impact to our water from the water department or anything. And I just want to know where we sit, you know.
Well, they will be protected, of
Yes.
course. Yes.
Okay, you
without
know, I
question.
just, you know,
That's-
hey, I'm all for, you know, cementing it all over. I mean, I understand their situation. They start with the school, all you have to do is put up the rest of the 36 acres and hangars, and you paid for the whole show. I'm sorry, my 3 minutes are up,
Very
but
good.
I know these big jets can pay for your entire operation, and you can do the maintenance. But I want to just make sure our water's protected, that's all.
Sure,
Thank
very good. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Next speaker?
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. The gentleman before me said he's all for cementing all over. Watch out, Audrey. They're going to load him up with $100 grand and run against you. You do get it, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Build, 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 nonstop. Okay, he's concerned about the water. My question is, I'm a big animal lover, so you brought up the owls and I mean tortoises. Do you have any idea, like how many tortoises are in this area, or no, or?
Yeah, they mapped them all out, and they're in that one particular area.
Like, did that
But yeah, they're going to take a look at that before any kind of construction happens in that area.
We got a guy in Old Pompano. Don't mess with those tortoises.
Oh yeah,
You know who I'm talking about, right?
I used to play with those tortoises when I was a kid.
And my biggest concern is, you brought it up, sand and spurs. That's very important to the city. I personally don't go there, but it's a landmark and it needs to stay there. That's definitely not getting touched, nothing whatsoever. They get left alone, you leave them alone.
Yeah, this doesn't impact that at all.
Exactly how far will this be from Sand and Spurs? Do you know? Because I can't, I used to run this area, and then I got smart, and I stopped running that far.
It's on the same side of the airport, but it's a little bit.
Oh, I know where it's at.
A little bit north.
Is it within a quarter mile? Is it within 200 yards, or you don't have an answer on that?
And we don't have a site plan yet. We don't have. This is rezoning, land use change.
I mean, because if you're within 100 meters, then it's getting awfully close to Sand and Spurs, and you might end up wanting to, it just, my point is, Sand and Spurs is going to be left alone.
Yes.
That's it. One other thing. I was too late. Can I bring something up to the commission afterwards, or no, or just talk to the police about the problem? It's something I think everybody should be aware of. I'll tell the police.
Yeah, you take
each
of us afterwards
I am the
individually.
one that's out and about all the time.
Individually, we'll happy to listen to you. All
I'll
right.
tell the police.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Skaversky. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I am Ann Bosworth. I live at 4015 West Palm Air Drive, and I am a professional educator. I teach at Palm Beach State College. I teach things that everybody admits they need, but nobody wants to do, which is writing and critical thinking and reading. And so I actually love what you do, because not everybody really should go to college when they get sent, right? They should go when they're ready, and sometimes you need to have a sense of purpose before you go. So I'm really a big fan. I also want to publicly commend Mr. Brown. We have trouble sometimes getting our public speaking students to do as good as you did. Well done, sir. I have a daughter in the aerospace industry. She is an aerospace engineer. She works in human factors engineering. And so I'm not, again, I'm another one, not against what you're doing, all for it, love it here. I think our community needs what you do. But I do want to talk about tree mitigation. And when we talk about that, we say that we're mitigating, but we never actually say, do we have a mitigation zone where we have just trees? Because it's a moving goalpost. So every time you build something one place and trees come down, then you have one less place to put trees, right? And you start trying to get trees that fit a certain model. And even though we do have exotic trees, it doesn't mean that they're trees not in use. And wildlife, even if it's not protected, is not a monolithic thing. So any migratory bird that comes through looking for the tree it was at last year, now does he get like a map? Does somebody give him a ticket and say, oh, sorry, we moved your tree? So that's a big thing for me. As a homeowner, if my community wants to take down a tree, we need an act of Congress. So fairness to homeowners is really a big deal here. And I also want to say that environmentally sensitive lands is probably more like a legal term that was invented to satisfy the needs of developers and planning and zoning, and not necessarily something that covers all the needs of wildlife. I'm going to run out of time, but I also want to let you know that gopher tortoises should not be moved to fern forest, because there's tons and tons of study information that says when you move them locally, they do very poorly, and you're much better off moving them further away. That's
Very
what
good.
I got.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. I am a 42 years retired teacher from prenatal to the university level. I certainly appreciate even the idea of educating the public, especially starting with the youth. We do love in Pompano our animals. We love our clean water. We love our clean air. But even more so, as AI, artificial intelligence, becomes more prevalent in our day and time, it would be a significant and pertinent opportunity for BITS to be a part of Pompano Beach. I'd like to thank, of course, Barrington. I met you in 2000, I think it was 2018, at the conference for children at the North Broward Community College, where you presented and you gave us a wealth of knowledge, not only on aviation, but on family, how it takes the village to raise the child. And we are here in Pompano. This has given us the opportunity to put our money where our mouth is, educate our children, educate our parents, and be above the standard of just being an academic and athletic community. I have two sons. They were both academic and athletic, but I would love for them to take courses at BITS, because service is very important to maintain an airplane, a jet. I'd like to thank the parents and, of course, the students. Congratulations. And Mr. Goldstein, thank you for your money. All right. I just love it here.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yvette Janvier. The address, I don't know if I just use a chamber of mine, but I'll use 50 Northeast 26th Ave, Pompano Beach, Florida. I just want to share my experience since meeting Barrington. So I met him a few months back when we actually had a meeting at the Cultural Arts just with the idea of his plans to come to Pompano. And I must say, since that day, I fell in love with the idea. Because for one, I think it is very important, especially nowadays, for us to make sure we're focusing on the youth, and that's exactly what he's doing now. I feel like at the end of the day, the youth is what's going to build this community, and he's assisting with that. In addition to that, right now, or a few months back, let me say, last month, Barrington had his graduation in Opelika, and I had the pleasure to attend that. I want to say the room was probably filled with 300 plus people, and I'm probably lowballing it. But just to see the opportunity that it allowed the graduates, the companies, the aviation companies that were there, the job opportunities that they provided spot on was great to see. But then also here in Pompano, I think on a business aspect, it actually brings a lot of value to us, because if you think about it, with having a mechanical program here to repair planes or any type of aviation matter, those pilots or their staff that's on those planes, they're going to venture out in Pompano. They're here, so they're going to take advantage of those restaurants. They're going to take advantage of the other businesses here, which is going to help us grow, and that's, again, eager to see. One thing that I will say, Barrington is very humble, because he did not mention that at the graduation, somebody here brought up wanting to see them work with like high school students or whatnot. At the graduation, Miami-Dade College actually signed off that the credits that they earn in the program will be transferable. So that is definitely something I would like to see happen in Broward.
Yeah.
And again, I think that's a step to it all. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Excellent. Next speaker? Any other speakers? Seeing none, public input closed. Very good. All right, let's open it up to commission. Commission questions, concerns, ideas, suggestions. Vice Mayor, go ahead, start it off.
Why not?
No, you
Why not?
do
Thank you for being here. It's been a long afternoon. You should have asked me at the beginning. I am an aerospace engineer. I have degrees in mechanical and aerospace engineering, both bachelor's and master's degrees. And I remember earning flight hours by riveting wings of planes in small hangars at North Perry Airport. So this one hits close to home for me. And I've always thought it would be a great opportunity to have some kind of school here nearby in Pompano. So I'm excited to bring this here. I'm excited that what you're doing with the youth and instilling this love of aviation and creating this workforce of the future here. So that part I'm thrilled about. I do have a couple questions. First, are you doing this anywhere else right now? Besides your existing location, are you looking to expand or working on expansion plans elsewhere that you can talk about?
Yes, we've been invited by Dallas, North Carolina. We're doing programs with high schoolers. Mount Vernon, New York, we're going into our second year of programming. Chicago, we're getting ready to start there. And what is driving this is a lot of our partners who are employing these individuals are saying, hey, we have facilities or we're looking to collaborate with you on a piece of property to establish this. What's powerful is that what we're doing really works with employers and different career opportunities that are, I guess, would be called non-traditional. Folks may not know as much about. So those are some of the areas that we're working.
So my concern is, I mean, maybe I'll use, I don't know, Cordish Group as an example, but my concern is that you fall in love with Pompano, we do all of this, but you, in the meantime, there's only one of you, and I'm sure you'll figure out how to scale yourself, but that you are further along with other locations, and we somehow fall behind because it's a long process to approve all of this. Is your commitment to this, whether it takes a year or two, or are you further along with other places?
Oh, this is the top priority. So of course, Opelika, where I'm based, we've been doing that for, goodness, almost 20 years now as it relates to community outreach. I think an important note as it pertains to me and our team and capability, we have a company called the Flying Classroom where we provide curriculum to students across the country. In 10 years, we've sold over 3 million subscriptions across the country. And that operates from California to Oregon to New York and Kansas and Texas and different parts of the country. But I only say that to say that we have capacity to efficiently do. It's the same concept, except now we're doing it for adults. And we do have the capacity with a great team. I know I don't have all my team members here, but you know, during the graduation, which I look forward to the next graduation here. But this is a priority, not only from a aspect of wanting to do training, but honestly, there is nowhere else where you can do this. This is a very unique opportunity where you can have industry within an ecosystem to upskill and train and then directly pull individuals literally from across the street or surrounding areas to upskill and train them. This will be a unique project. Yes, I've been doing this in Miami with tremendous success, but this is on a totally different level where we'll be able to really fulfill this is going to be a model, to be quite honest, that speaks for the country.
I mean, I agree with you. I think we have kind of some really great underlying fundamentals for this, both with a community that is neighboring the air park that you will be able to serve, and also an air park that has the ability to house this facility. I had a couple of questions for Ms. Dolan also. So at one point you did say no one will miss this area with related to the trees and everything, and I don't think that's exactly true. I think people kind of enjoy driving along Fifth there and seeing the wooded areas, and it just feels kind of different than the rest of the overdevelopment that's everywhere. So I don't think that it won't be missed. Have we, and I saw your numbers for green space, have we thought about trying to designate some additional green space to offset some of this acreage? Whether it's in the CRA or just some, or in the new downtown, maybe putting in a little more green space than there currently is planned, since we're going to be losing so much of it here?
No, we set aside the 100-foot perimeter for the tree mitigation area. And I just want to emphasize that there's so much open space on the airport. I mean, this is one of the biggest pervious areas we have with the golf course on the site. And all the areas around the runways and taxiways, those won't be developed. Those will always be open because there's too many height restrictions for anything to be built. So there's no shortage of pervious area on the air park, even with this property developed. We haven't done any kind of transfer of open space. This area is meant for aviation development. We're just removing these barriers so that can happen.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's necessarily part of like doing this, we have to create more open space, but I do think it's not a bad idea, and it's a different type of feel when you drive by this wooded area than you get anywhere else around here. So I do think it will be missed by people, not necessarily the open flat green space of the air park or the golf course, but those woods. And then can we get an answer to the question about the wells and the impact there from you or Mr. Brown?
Yeah, sure, I can handle that. So if you look at the airport property map, which is the one that has the white in the center and the color all around, that shows where all the wells are. You can see the well field zones. They're in different colored dashed lines. So the wells that exist on the south end are already coexisting with aviation construction. So it's not difficult to locate the wells and the aviation facilities together. Aviation facilities in general are much less pervious than any other type because they have to have all this space for their wings and the height restrictions and so forth. So there's really no concern about it. We right now get 25% of our water supply from this well field, and we are transitioning out because of saltwater intrusion. We expect this area to be saltwater intruded in the short term, and then 100% of our water supply will come from our Palm Air well field, and that's being developed as we speak. So that well field is becoming much more critical to protect and to grow. This one will be phased out.
When will it be phased out?
As saltwater intrusion becomes more close, that's when we'll start phasing it out.
And these wells that you're talking about are at the southwest side of the air park?
It's all along the east or the west side of the air park. If you look closely at that map, you can
Trying to look
see
closely, but
all
I-
those circles, those dotted circles are the wells. So there's many wells on the airport.
It looks like Mr. Brown might want to make a comment.
Mr. Brown, would you care to comment? Saltwater intrusion on our wells?
Well, in 2019, it was moving across the air park, but in the 2024 analysis, it has moved back towards the east. So we're in a lot better shape today. And we do have well field protection zones around where it restricts different types of chemicals and processes. In fact, we pay a huge amount to the air park to protect those zones.
So do you have any concerns about these parcels up here that, in this location? Is that line moving because of our reuse efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
Plus, we've slowed down pumping on 2 of our furthest east wells. We don't pump them as much as we used to.
Okay, so you're not concerned about this? Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Let's see, I got Commissioner Fessick.
Okay, well, there's a reason why I wanted to separate these, because this is exactly what I was concerned about. As I mentioned before, I love BITS. I think that that's a fantastic program. I think it's a great opportunity for the city, but it's not what we're here to talk about today. And it's part of it, but it's not what we're here to talk about today. And so item number 17, just to sort of just go right in line, item 17, I guess, so that Mr. Irving doesn't have to stand for there forever, I will ask you, what amount of this potential space would you be looking at leasing?
Well, we understand it would be from just preliminary representations by the city, 20 plus acres, and we'd want to look for all those acres. If it would be more than that, we'd evaluate, but just to emphasize, I think that's why we need to go through these steps so we can understand from the airport sponsor, which is the city, what will in fact be available. That's when we can then present what it is that we're looking to do, with more precision, which would then allow us to go into the terms of the lease, which will have benchmarks and such. So this I see as a condition precedent, if you will.
Okay, so the rest of my questions are going to be geared towards Ms. Dolan and Tori. And I did my homework on this one. So, I say that because the air park is something that is very much a concern of a lot of district residents, District 1 residents, and the city residents as well. So because of that, I have been fairly fine-tuned into what's been going on at the air park. So I went right to your land use amendment plan application. So it's pretty, slideshows are great, but in this, you mentioned, it says on page 3, it says applicant's rationale for the amendment. And the response was that the property subject to the land use protection or plan amendment is incorrectly shown on the city and county land use maps as open space recreation land, while it's intended for future aviation development as shown on the air park land. Why do you have that listed as incorrectly?
Because that's the correct designation is what's on the FAA master plan.
Is it from the FAA master plan, or is it from, like, where are you basing that information on? Just who created that master plan specifically?
The master plan was created for the air park and approved by the FAA.
Okay. But that's not something that you're not saying that it's something that we are enforced to change?
No, the FAA master plan is the one that's recognized as correct by the FAA that meets the deed restrictions on the airfield. Though Chapter 163 is inconsistent with that and needs to be corrected.
Okay. I keep hearing over and over again whenever we have any conversation about the air park, the deed restrictions on the air park, or what we have to do. Where are you pulling that information from?
From the deed.
I'm sorry?
The deed that transferred the airport to the city has restrictions that this airport be used for aviation uses.
Right. Okay. It just says it's divided into three. I'm still back on this one. Okay, well, so the question is, are those areas that we have here shown that currently used as environmentally sensitive lands, are those areas that we could potentially not use for aviation?
No, they're deed restricted for aviation use.
Deed restricted. Okay, Mr. Berman, there's a memorandum of agreement, I believe. Yeah, memorandum of agreement in 2007. Do we have anything more recent than that? I couldn't find it online.
Nope.
Well, so I started searching and I went back. And so this is the reason why I'm asking these questions, because in your application, there's a lot of information here that I keep hearing, but I wanted to make sure I found the actual note as to what was there. In the so I found here from Appendix C, FAA and the City of Pompano Beach Memorandum of Agreement from 2007. And in that, there is a section here, thankfully I tabbed it, that basically it takes away in 1994. It says, in 1994, the FAA approved the establishment of a 12-acre conservation easement without cost, since the master plan indicated that the parcel was not needed for future aviation-related purposes and that there was no potential for non-aviation revenue-producing uses. The existing agreement precludes the city from joint participation agreements involving federal funds for capital improvement costs. On here, there's a small image, and I'm happy to share it with you, where it basically has these sections, and one is where you have as marked in the T zone, I guess. One is marked, parcel number 1 is vacant, and they have it marked on this as parcel 4, although parcel 4 would technically be your 3. And then 9, and the 4 is marked as conservation area. And then number 9 they have marked as the arboretum. So they're designating that they're separate items, and that's further indicated in the document itself. It says parcel number 1, the city does not project any future structures being constructed in this 10.7 acre parcel. And parcel 4, which is your 3. This parcel is conservation easement for a pine scrub stand. There are no planned additional future uses in this 12.4 acre parcel. And then parcel 9, this parcel is a pine scrub area, is most commonly referred to as the arboretum. There are no planned future changes for the use of this 69 acre site. Now, obviously, at some point, I'm trying to figure out where we lost some of the numbers in there through some development, perhaps. But the other, so going back to that, I was trying to figure out, okay, how do we get here? And I just went back, because in your notes, I found that you said that there was no, let's see if I can find it exactly. There was no designation or no reason for it was 1989, I think that's what you said. In 1989, you couldn't figure out why. Oh, here it is. Local areas of particular concern as identified within the Broward County Land Use Plan. Your response to that is that number 42 on the Broward County Environmental Sensitive Lands map, and it has map ID numbers 91, 92, 93, and 95. And your response is, evidently these areas were designated back in 1989, and there is no good history available on why preserving wooded areas on an airport was considered a reasonable idea at the time, except that there was. So in 1981, really going back there, but in 1981, Broward County has this coastal zone protection conservation element, and it was a comprehensive plan. And as part of the comprehensive plan, they identified areas and the concerns that we were losing natural habitat at a massive rate due to development. That was back in 1981. I think we're a little further along now. One of my favorite little lines in here, and maybe we should revert to this in some levels, is it says, in fact, a trustee responsible for future generations, which will depend upon the same land, decisions of one generation create the environment of the next. And it's with that intent that I really want to approach this. In 1981, as an urban wilderness area, Pompano Airport Natural Arboretum was identified as one of the top 16 locations that were needed to be preserved for urban wildlife. I won't go into like the ridiculousness that I went into, but I'm happy to share later. So I have more questions for you about how this is being proposed to change when everything that I've found doesn't match some of the answers you've been giving as a response for the change or the need for the change. Right down to traffic conditions, which I think was funny because it was 2020. Have there been, I noticed that Kimley Horn has done a lot of studies with the air park. Have they done all of the studies with the air park?
As Dr. Good explained during her agenda item, HDR and Kimley are the two sources of aviation engineers that we can use based on our CCNA contract.
Okay. And also Kimley Horn is also our environmental studier?
Kimley Horn has a full range of services.
Okay. Has there been maybe an idea to look into potentially, an independent environmental impact report that's not being paid to also develop the airport?
No. Aviation is very specialized, and wildlife is not appropriate for an airport, period.
Right, but it's been operating as such for well over 40 years.
Right, and we've been lucky that there haven't been any crashes or any interference, and we don't want to attract wildlife to the airport, and we don't want to invite wildlife into the airport.
I don't think
And that's true of every airport, and Broward County manages and operates other airports, and they have to review this application to make sure they agree with the concept. And then once it does get taken off the environmentally sensitive lands map, we'll still have to go through the National Environmental Policy Act process to remove any of these trees because we're going to be using federal funding. So a lot of people's eyes are going to be on this to make sure that we're not destroying some pristine thing that is appropriate for an airport.
I agree. A lot of people's eyes are going to be on this. Whose responsibility would it be to maintain a park or open recreation space currently?
The airport is responsible for maintaining the airport.
Okay, but not the city?
We do have a
or park?
whole separate agency that manages the golf course, which is also an airport property.
Okay. So the city of Pompano Beach currently owns the land when you look at the tax roll as the air park. So technically the city of Pompano Beach is responsible for their open recreation land. We would maintain Sand and Spurs as well, correct?
Sand and Spurs is maintained by Public Works, which does come out of the general fund, yes.
Okay. And so when I look at property, and this has happened in not just this particular instance, but this has happened almost everywhere I turn when there's a project that's being pitched to change a zoning application or whatever, then we create sometimes our own issues. When we as a city are responsible for maintaining things, we let them fall into disrepair, or we let invasives grow or take over, and then we are essentially creating the very issue that it's our problem, but now we're going to try to pretend that we're heroes for solving this problem. In a wildlife preserve area, I mean, if you go to any national park, they have mitigation programs. They will trim trees. They will move wildlife from certain areas to make sure that it is compatible. And so I don't see that as being a massive issue for air park use. It's been existing for a number of years. We're not adding to that space. We're not encouraging waterfowl or bird strikes, but there are a good number of endangered and threatened species that are using this property and have been documented for the past 40 years of doing it. So that's why I have another, and I will add with this, just while we're going, since I'm on that 1981 kick, withdrawal of lands from the system, the way that these wilderness areas were meant to be in the spirit of this gigantic document were that they were made to be established in perpetuity. So I love the idea. I love the idea of certain things. Other things I have a lot of concerns about, and this is one of them. So impact on the community and the environment, we are losing green space at ridiculous rates. When it comes to gopher tortoises, rather, there's a YouTube mini documentary called Gopher Games, and it specifically will address how we are losing habitats, and we have created our own issues for these endangered species. And while I can appreciate that maybe she didn't, we had, I don't know how many people walked through or how long they spent there to walk through the site. It's a huge site. To spend that time and go all the way through all the way through all of that acreage, and I did drive by. I took my golf cart over. I drove by. I got out, tried to walk where I could. It is fenced off. You're right. It's inaccessible. But again, whose fault is that? Well, Homeland Security potentially, but there's other ways to fence it, right? Sand and Spurs is right next door and completely accessible. So whose fault is that? It's our fault. It's our fault. We potentially have missed opportunity for making that a usable space or making it a nature preserve. It doesn't even have to be something that's publicly accessible. We've lost the opportunity to do scientific research there or create a program where people could learn. We've lost the opportunity to do education. And that's why I'm just trying to point out that there's some other options that we may have. And while I appreciate that Kimley Horn has done some of the research on this, I would really like to see an independent study done that's related to wildlife, not related to development. I'd like to find out who, if recent environmental or ecological assessments have been conducted in the area, aside from Kimberly Horn? No. Okay. If the designation for environmentally sensitive lands were to be altered or removed, have we really thought about what the potential long-term impacts on our local ecosystems, community quality of life, and compliance with the state environmental policies would be?
We have to remove these from the airport. They're not appropriate for the area, and that area is deed restricted for aviation uses. I don't know if you're aware, but there's already 2 sand pine scrubs in the city of Pompano Beach. There's a 34-acre Highland sand pine scrub and the Crystal Lake sand pine scrub, which is 24 acres. Those are both owned and operated by Broward County. So if you want some kind of educational program that relates to scrub habitat, we already have 2 opportunities.
I'm talking about our responsibility as a city, not the county level. All right, I'll go to the next one. So one of the other things in your background was related to how this fits into our comprehensive plan. And again, this is something I'm familiar with because many times when we look at development or changing of zoning, there's a nice little pretty list of how it fits into how we can make things better or make it fit into our comprehensive plan. The issue that I have with that, however, is that when you look at our comprehensive plan, there's a lot of policies that make a lot of sense, but they can be very widely used. I will keep it somewhat simple on this one, but objective 1.06.00, that whole section, natural resources and historic/cultural preservation. So we have to consider and minimize the impacts that land use amendments, rezoning, or site plan approvals have on natural resources. I'll skip the rest because it's not applicable. 01.0605, promote the acquisition, retention, and management of unique natural areas in the city to preserve their environmental, recreation, and other public benefits. 10606, basically require the removal of exotic vegetation, which we would have to do as maintaining it. I'll see 010608, review all proposals for development with consideration to the county's natural resource map series and discourage activities which would have a detrimental impact on significant natural resource areas which may or may not be designated by Broward County as local areas of particular concern. So that's just in one. We got more in 4, talking about open space and elements. We've got more in native vegetation. I'm just really having a hard time wrapping my head around how we go from here to here.
We did an environmental assessment that showed these areas would not meet the criteria to be designated as environmentally sensitive lands. So they're not environmentally sensitive lands. They're fully exotic, invaded. When we clear all those exotics out, we will mitigate any native trees that are remaining in those areas.
So what changed?
I I don't know that those were ever qualified as environmentally sensitive lands. At the time, it's no secret that the city was doing things to try to restrict the use of the air park for the intended purpose. And the aviation, the FAA was kind of looking the other way for a while because we had the whole south end to go. It took us 20 years to develop that south end of the air park. It was platted in 2002. It didn't get finished in 2020 till 2024. So now it's time for us to plat and clear these obstacles from the north end that were allowed to go on. And now that we're running out of aviation space, we have to meet the deed restrictions and get those developed. If we don't approve this today, the next site that's going to be developed for aviation use, which has already got a transportation land use and is platted for transportation use, is Sand and Spurs.
I don't like threats. I don't. It's not right. That's the same mentality that every developer comes up here with that says, if you don't do this, we're going to do this. That's not necessarily true. We have opportunities. We have land that's up. I don't even know how. We have land that's coming up. The blimp lease is going to be up in a couple of years. Like, chances are they're not going to need the second half of what they're using due to the technological, just how much things have increased. They don't need that whole turnaround field, which would allow that to be developed as well, right? I mean, we don't know what they'll lease it again or not, but I'd like to go back to just looking at the environmental assessments. I know you keep going, you're talking about the, let's go with FAA history. Yes, it was not a secret that the city of Pompano Beach at some point was trying to restrict some things to try to get their way to mitigate the air park. But that was rectified. So it was in 1994, the FAA approved the 12-acre conservation easement, but in 2007, they identified that there still was, and they said that this was not part of the air park use. What's more is, while it remains an environmentally sensitive land designation, it's not going to be, it's already, as part of this agreement, it's not designated for air park use, and what's more, we're not getting charged rent on this. It's not part of our rental. So, and unless we designate it to change, that's when we would be charged rent on that land. So basically, it's in this memorandum of agreement. It was removed that those areas, these parcels here, on this memorandum, parcel 1, parcel 4, and parcel 9, we are not. It says in 1994, the FAA approved the establishment of a 12-acre conservation easement without cost, since the master plan indicated that the parcel was not needed for future aviation uses. And then it goes on to say further on that basically, as long as whereas the city, Exhibit A, non-aeronautical property, we're not obligated to pay for that land.
What we pay rent for is like our wells, because they're non-aviation uses. What else do we pay rent for?
Sand and Spurs.
Yeah, right, Sand and Spurs is the big
Golf course.
That's the big one. So yeah, they're saying you're not using that for anything, so you don't have to pay rent. But now it is needed for aviation use. It is designated for aviation use on the master plan, and we need to clear those obstacles so that can be developed.
I would really like to see an environmental study, because when you start now I moved into number 18. So now I'm in 18, so now I'm on the environmental sensitive use and the land. Everybody keeps talking about, in this conversation, is 74, this whole total is amendment site description. You're looking at 74.8 acres total that is currently wooded, and I understand that it needs to be mitigated. I understand that I need to trim the tops of some trees. We may need to take some things out. I get that. But 74 acres, I actually did just trying to look at what that looks like in terms of space comparatively to maybe the whole new downtown. It's substantially larger. It's a huge amount of space that is east of 95, that is east of Dixie, that is a very unique environmental area that you cannot replicate once you go west, further west. I'm concerned because it seems like nobody else is. I have a lot of people who care very much about endangered species, about gopher, not just the gopher tortoises, but I do have an ability for, I did reach out, because I was curious, but I did reach out to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, and they are willing to do a site study. They're willing to come out and just look and give us their honest answer and honest opinion. I would like to try to make sure that we exhaust all of we do our due diligence, and we exhaust our options in making sure that if we do this, that we're making the right decision and we can back it up with facts, not just, this is what we have to do. No, that's not an answer that I'm gonna be okay to look my kids in the eye and be like, sorry, there's no more gopher turtles or Florida scrub jays. You know, I had a hand in destroying those habitats. I won't do it.
So there's a long time between first reading and when it comes back for second reading. So if you want the Fish and Wildlife Service to come out and do a survey, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind they're going to come to the same conclusion, that these are heavily invaded areas and they're not attractive for wildlife, nor is wildlife consistent with aviation operations. So if you want to try to have us get the staff coming out in the meantime, I think we could certainly do that.
I will. I'll invite them. Now, the only thing is we may have to postpone that because as of this morning, they told me that they would be available potentially in late February or early March. That was in their freedom. They had freedom. Like I said, I want to go back to finding opportunities. The flight school is not. I love the vocational school. Love the flight school. I love the idea. I think it would be a valuable asset to the city. You have to balance sometimes growth and history, and we've lost so much. And we could gain a lot, but can we find somewhere else that will work? And can we look at the leases, and can we look at the space, or can we look at other areas that we do have available? Not Sand and Spurs, but there are other areas that may be coming available, or there are areas that are surrounding the air park that we could potentially have this and have them be able to have a space to grow. I just want to throw options. I would just really like this be tabled until we have the opportunity to do the studies, to look at multiple environmental studies. And Tori, sorry, I don't want you to. I'll be quick in a second here, now that I've taken up that much time. How long were you on the site when you were doing your study? And who was with you?
Sure. I was with my colleague, Lisa Solano, and we were on site, I would say, for about a half day. That's largely due to we were just looking at the quality of the site, and for FWC's guidelines for conducting a gopher tortoise survey, you are only required to cover 15% of the site to be able to determine if the habitat is suitable.
I was looking at the NatureServe information in your report, and let me find the right one. So I was looking at so there was the Paola series sand, which is unique to the area. Let's see if I can find it. There was a legend for NatureServe. Do you have that on your, I think it was on this slide deck. Do you have that available?
Are you talking about the soils map?
So there was a soil snap, but then there was also a NatureServe that talked about the environmental, the animals that were on site or found on site in the area. There was it's a GIS they believe you used it.
Are you talking about the map that we have that show the burrows that we saw on site, or no? Are you talking about the
No, I'm
Florida?
talking about your report.
The Florida Natural Areas Inventory, perhaps?
Potentially.
I'm not. Yeah, it's not on a slide. I'm sorry.
A slide. Okay. I'll find it and tell you where it is. It might be in your appendix. There it is, I think. So it mentions in the appendix for this environmentally sensitive Let's say environmentally sensitive lands map amendment application, which is a very, very large file. There's, at the very end, it just basically says, as underneath the Endangered Species Act, that no matter what we do, we have the responsibility, we are, for a critical habitat or a threatened habitat, that we are still required to determine if our projects may have effects on all the above listed species. And there are quite a few. There's monarch butterflies, Miami blue butterfly, they're endangered, Florida leafwing butterfly, Bartram's hair streak butterfly, also endangered. Eastern indigo snake, threatened. Wood stork, threatened. Florida scrub jay, threatened. Eastern black rail, threatened. I mean, so there's a large list of animals that potentially could be in this area, and if you're only out there for half a day, and that's 70-something acres, that's a lot of land to cover a very little bit of time. So I would just really like to see another, I'd just like to see a little bit more attention paid to environmental factors on this.
Right, this is just the first step in a long process, so we don't do a full environmental assessment. We don't do an EA or an NEPA policy valuation at this step. It's just to determine would it meet the criteria to be designated as a local area of particular concern. So we will do additional environmental studies as we come in to actually clear these trees out, make sure any project in the vicinity of where the gopher tortoises are or the burrowing owls will have to be assessed to make sure they're done in the right season and that there's no impact to wildlife.
Right, but the problem is that you're asking us to change the designation, which would remove the wildlife component, which would remove the protection, and therefore it would then be designated as a transportation element parcel. And while you could mitigate whatever you want, we'd have less of a leg to stand on as a city and as a concerned environmental group of people, because we've already taken away that right, correct?
We will have the correct designation on those because they're not environmentally sensitive lands as defined by the county for their environmental sense.
County has them still designated.
Because we have to take them off. They're not going to do that without us asking for it.
And so are you willing to say that your opinion and the opinion of one firm who's also developing the air park is, you want to take that for gold?
Kimley-Horn does not develop our air park. They do technical analysis based on FAA requirements of what we should do on our air park. It's not them developing it.
Right, but they're tied to this development and then they're making money being a consultant, and I get that, but I'm just saying there's not an independent one. There's Kimley-Horn, 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 and look, I'm not faulting anybody, and I'm not saying that they didn't do a good job, but I'm just saying I think sometimes what you seek you will find, and if you want to find no problem, you will find no problem.
Analysis that's going to go on in the future to make sure that Kimley-Horn found the right conclusion.
I'm sure. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I'm obviously not comfortable supporting this all at once. This is a lot of information that was thrust upon us in a very short period of time. And I'm going to go back to saying I absolutely love Mr. Irving's program. I love BITS. I think it's going to be an amazing asset to the community. I think we always talk about right tree, right place. I think this is the wrong place for a massive redevelopment. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, Jean, how much area does how many acres does the wooded area cover?
Well, between the two, I have it on the top one of these slides. Just have to remember which one. I think it's down here. So it's 32.5 that's affected by the comp plan amendment, and then another 16.3 for aviation business development once we take out some of those environmentally sensitive lands map, and then the 12.1 acres in that area 92 would just be for airfield development. It wouldn't be for any businesses.
Okay, so the entire space that is needed for this development we're going to use 20 acres?
That's just for one parcel. We want to develop that whole area on the east side or on the west side of the airfield as aviation uses.
Okay, and again, my question is approximately how many acres is covered by the wooded area?
Well, 35 plus 16, 51 acres.
51 acres. All right, that's it, thank you.
Further commission discussion? Got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton and Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Jean, can you go to, the slide there on the left? Do you have a bigger slide?
Of the environmental sensitive lands map?
Yeah.
No.
Well, all right, you do actually in item 17. But at any rate, the tree mitigation, I also have a question on. Is that our standard tree mitigation that we have in our codes, or do we use a best practice or county codes or anything?
It'll be per our code. Once we figure out how many native trees in there have to be mitigated, which is based on the size of the tree and the type of tree, that's how we'll know how many trees we need to plant on the periphery.
And I want an example of the mitigation process and how it's you don't have to give it to me right now, of course.
Good, because it's complicated.
But I do want a little more information on that, or maybe a conceptual plan as to how it would really work, and whether there's some flexibility in that, in the bufferings and the mitigation, et cetera. So, but I can get with you in a meeting. So also, the RVZ zone, runway visibility zone, and I see, now, let me ask you, is the intent just to clear the triangular sightline zone and sort of leave everything else kind of intact?
That's right, we don't have to remove any of those other trees in the short term.
In the short term. Okay. And the same thing with the, I guess you called it the apron up at the northwest.
The north end where we showed those red areas, we'll do those in the short term because they're obstructions, and then the rest of that will be cleared by the tenants when they come in and do their leases.
Okay, so one of the things, again, that I would like to get a commitment on is that the existing vegetation that abuts Sand and Spurs on the north boundary line remain during, if this is approved, during the construction process. I don't want them to have to go and hear the noise, see the trucks and the horses, et cetera. And if that, and whatever mitigation for that needs to be done. But I kind of want to keep that area separate and blocked off and until after it's completed, right? And then we do what we need to do, and the transition is much better. Okay. So we're not going to be going out there and cutting everything down all at once.
No, that's not the intent.
Okay. In fact, there's some places that I could see that maybe we could add some trees in to buffer, say, Sand and Spurs within the interior, and we can look at some areas where maybe there's a little bit of an existing buffer already, and then maybe add to it on other buffers.
Right, we'd like to clear out all those invasives, but if you want to leave it as is while it's under construction,
Yes.
do that last.
Yes.
Clear out all those invasives and then
Yes.
plant whatever additional needs to
Yes.
in terms of a visual buffer.
Yes, and I also worry about traffic and ingress, egress on the site. I'd rather it be right off Fifth Ave if there's something going to be done there. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I, like Commissioner Fezzik, I don't like these false equivalencies where, like, if you don't do this, and this is going to happen. So is there some kind of letter or notice that we got from the FAA that says, hey, if you don't change this to transportation, we're going to take Sand and Spurs? Or is this just us projecting that that's a possibility?
We just asked last March for Sand and Spurs to be released again, and they gave us a clear no, even though they know that we're trying to do this process. So they were not impressed by that.
That's a different question, though.
And
Them saying no to releasing Sand and Spurs is not the same as saying they're going to take Sand and Spurs.
Right, so what would happen is someone on the airport or someone trying to locate on the airport would complain to the FAA that we're withholding buildable property that's deed restricted for aviation use, and that's when the FAA would come down and give us a letter. And the FAA was actually just on the air park yesterday, and this came up. So it's not a fantasy. We're trying to keep this from happening, and, you know, forget about it if it's not your concern, but we would like to continue to move forward with this and hope that gives us some buffer with the FAA to let Sand and Spurs live its life through attrition.
Do we actually, so just to characterize the situation right now, there is no real pressure from the FAA right now for Sand and Spurs, and you're hoping to do this as a prevention mechanism, but that there's no real assurance that this will prevent that.
Yeah, that's correct. There's nothing, we didn't get a letter from the FAA that says, look, if you don't do this, we're coming in. We're
Okay, because it felt like this false equivalency, like if you don't do this, then they're coming for Sand and Spurs. So that is not happening right now.
Right. It's a possibility that could happen, but there's nothing that says they're going to come in tomorrow. In fact, they probably wouldn't want to do that. What triggers it is kind of what Gene said. People start pushing to develop there, and we're saying, look, no, you know, these areas are not developable. You need to look somewhere else. Then they could go to the FAA and try to get the FAA to put more pressure on us.
But you're not aware of that process happening right now with anyone? Okay, did we go to the Sand and Spurs Advisory Board with this? Because I was surprised not to see a recommendation from them in here.
Yes, no, they did not recommend it.
Did they not recommend it?
No, actually, they, I think what they really wanted is they liked the idea, but they wanted, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they wanted to guarantee that they would be, I guess, safer in perpetuity, and that's nothing I can guarantee or we can guarantee without the FAA allowing us to release the deed restrictions. They did request that we do come back to the next meeting for reconsideration of the item, though.
Okay, so you did make, I remember I went to the airport advisory meeting and I know you were making the rounds, so I was surprised to not see it in the backup. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fesick.
I'll keep this one short. I want to just mention that I did go to, like I mentioned, that I did go to the area with Sand and Spurs, and to talk to you about Commissioner Sakers and Eaton, I don't have a problem with taking out trees from a runway protection zone. Because that's a very small area. That's a very small area that would require to be mitigated anyway, with or without this change. We would be required to do that. But I went through and I drove through with, the people that were there, and they were hanging out with their horses. It was, it was a very relaxed sort of afternoon. What struck me the most was something I didn't even realize I missed hearing until I was standing under it. And it was in all of those acres with, yes, what may even be, where there may be invasives that need to be removed, and I fully agree that there are. To hear the wind rustling through the leaves, and to be under that canopy or nearby that canopy, and how cool temperature was on an otherwise very hot in the sun time of day. It was just really lovely. And those are the things that I, again, didn't even realize I missed hearing until I was there. And that's sad, because we live in paradise, and I think we need to really try to protect this as best we can. And as per the information, we do have this designated as environmentally sensitive lands. It's an urban wilderness designation as well. It is. It's in the Broward County list. So, I mean, it is there, and that does help us in terms of having and the FAA said this is not developable. So I think we have at least a responsibility to potentially turn it into or maintain it and turn it into something, mitigate the hazardous trees and potentially try to just protect the space. And there's lots of options for it that include also not encouraging wildlife, but just encouraging the habitat in that small area. Thanks.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick, I hear those rustling leaves in my backyard. It's nice to have a backyard with some trees. But getting back to the Sand and Spurs issue about the false equivalency, and I understand it's nobody likes these. This will happen unless. But the fact of the matter is, we've got somebody who wants to develop some aviation property here, and guess what? We don't have any. But we've got Sand and Spurs, so if we turn this down, Sand and spurs, now, Mr. Irving has not said anything about that. He's a tremendously nice guy. He probably wouldn't say anything about it. But I tell you what, if the FAA hears about it, the FAA is liable to say, well, city, you will do this now. And that's the thing. There are issues to think about with the air park. One of the issues is that we have control. We can, to a certain extent, we can dictate what happens out there. There are situations it's been taken away from them because the city was not doing what was expected and responsible of them per the FAA, so they took the control away. And I wouldn't want to see that happen to the city of Pompano Beach. This is an air park. It's always been an air park. I mean, well, not always, but for many, many years it's been an air park. And Gene is absolutely correct. Air parks and wooded areas do not generally mix. It's existed this way because that's what was there originally. Had somebody come in to build an airport, of course, they would have clear-cutted the whole thing to start with. But we do have a tremendous opportunity here with the prospect for what Mr. Irving has shown us. Now, what we're doing here today is not his project because that's a different step. But we can't really get to that step until we do this. If we turn it down, then he doesn't have a place to go to unless he wants to push the issue and call the FAA and say, hey, we want to do this, but they won't let us do it. But they've got some property that, yeah, is clearly developable without much work. I mean, just get rid of those horse stalls and sand and spurs, they're toast. And that's something we've worked really long and hard not to have happen. And the FAA just told us that they will not sell it to us. Even if we wanted to spend the money to buy it, they won't sell it to us. So Sand and Spurs is in precarious land. It's not a do this or else, but we do have to be mindful of our situation. I think it's a great opportunity that we do have, and I feel confident in discussing the prospects with Mr. Irving and his team. And he's got a valid track record. So when that comes forward, and of course, once the aviation community hears what's going on, they're liable to say, well, okay, we want to approach Pompano now too. So we're liable to have competing interests coming into Pompano now because of the movement we're taking on these items. But looking at I'm not sure how we make determinations on that kind of stuff at this point in time, but with the information I've got about the BITS process and concept, that, of course, to me is head and shoulders above just another aviation flight school or hangars. It's like this is an opportunity to really give back to our community, really utilize this asset, which is a Pompano Beach asset, and utilize it for Pompano Beach, which I'm excited about. But to get there, we have to go through these. Commissioner Smith.
I want us to remember that there's going to be a 100-foot perimeter between the airport fence and the trail, the walking, biking trail. So that's a huge habitat area that's not on airport property. I know that Ann said that the turtles can't move far away, but that's not moving real far. That's moving right outside the fence, and that might be an okay place for them to go. But we are making a habitat. We're making a habitat for the turtles. The owls aren't going to come because it's woodsy. But we have to remember that we do have that area that we will be building up. And then that area, residents can get to. Mm-hmm. They can rollerblade, they can walk, they have more shade, they can see the turtles. They can't get on FAA property. That's closed. They can get the sands and spurs, but they can't get to these wooded areas. And I don't know that I've ever personally seen an airport with woods on it. I'm surprised that we have an airport with woods on it. So I really feel that Pompano has a great economic opportunity here to develop this part of the airport. FXE is almost at capacity. We're a perfect place for businesses like BITS to come and set up shop and not be a flight school. And if we have people like BITS coming and wanting to develop these parcels of land that we will have available once we have the transportation zoning, I think we'll be able to counter that flight school stuff that we've have going on. So I'm saying that I'm here to vote yes for 16, 17, and 18, and to move on, and let's go to the next phase of our airport development and move our habitat where community can get to habitat.
You're here. Commissioner Fessick.
One more time. Okay. Two things. Go for tortoises have a very specific, they do, like Ann said, they do not do well when they're transferred. They have a very specific habitat. Moving them within 100 feet is in new vegetation is not the same as destroying what has been a habitat and a home in a unique area. There's no amount of mitigation that can be performed to recreate that in a short period of time. So I agree that development of certain areas it makes sense, but not the way that I've currently so far have seen this written and have seen the amendments. There's, by the way, just so you know, that the release of deed restrictions has happened with the city of Pompano Beach before, and they've already said that these lands are not for aviation usage. They're meant to be environmentally sensitive lands, and they know that. So the county knows it, the city knows it. There's a lot more than just the gophers. We can, and more than the owls. I'm not even going to go into it now. I'll try to make it into a simplified portion later. But we have to be careful. We have to be really careful about how we're moving forward, and because we have effectively and will be doing a lot more development in the coming years, and we are effectively ruining what made this unique to begin with. So I'm just would like us to really just do the studies and be cautious. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go and, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins.
My question is, Jean, did we look at other locations, excuse me, for this development in the city?
We didn't start this process with BITS in mind. We started this process because it's required under the deed restrictions on the airport. BITS came second. So this is not something we started doing because of BITS.
Okay, so, you know, the city is, you have in mind of building or starting a charter school somewhere down the road. And this might be a good location for wherever you want to put the charter school. Just throwing it out there.
We approached the FAA about the charter school when that was on the radar, and they turned it down.
No, I don't mean the charter school on the location where the airport is. I'm saying wherever you plan to put the charter school in the city.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant at the airport.
Might be a good location for this development, I'm saying. Just saying.
Gotcha. We have not yet been able to find a location for a charter school. That's
right. I know.
But it's Mr. Donovan. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, we had that discussion about. We had that discussion early on about alternative locations. About now, I'm not talking about the charter school. I'm talking about BITS in particular, and I'd like either Barrington or Jason to come up and talk a little bit about that, because we did have that discussion. There was a reason we did want to use the airport.
Okay.
So because this is an ordinance, so it will come back up for a second reading, am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
go ahead.
Thank you. So we did have discussions about particularly using the airport, and the reason for that is because BITS is oriented towards providing instructional services within the aviation community, but part of the structure when we talked about sustainability is inviting aeronautical use businesses to join us in that program. And so part of the sustainability is by saying, for example, if we have graduates that are going to be working on aircraft, we can invite in what is commonly known as MROs, maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities, to work and partner with us and say, if you're looking for space, we have that space. But an MRO is going to want space on airport property with airside access, so they can bring in their engines, or they could have an aircraft with an engine that's tested on wing, or if it's a landing gear repair company. So it's a very specialized type of use that we'd want to participate in. And the other benefit of that as well is that there's an economic competitive benefit for aeronautical use businesses that are using aeronautical use spaces. So at this particular airport, the space that's there is provided for under grant assurances. Those grant assurances are, it's basically a contract between the city of Pompano, in this case, and the Federal Aviation Administration. And the grant assurances provide in specific sections, in various sections, I think there's well over 20 of them, that certain things have to be done. If those things aren't done, then the FAA can, if there's an action initiated, and I'm an aviation attorney, so that's why I know these things. If there's what's called a Part 16, it's like a complaint that you file with the FAA. If just any member of the community files the complaint, they can say, well, if the airport sponsor is violating the grant assurance, the FAA can then investigate it, determine if there is a violation. It can take away jurisdiction of the airport away from the city. It can demand return of funds, federal funds that were provided to the city. Again, if there's that challenge and that challenge is successful, and that's particularly because airport space is very specialized. So for us, we know that we would get a competitive rate because there has to be one unified economic rate, a fair market rate for all aeronautical users at an airport. There can't be a competitive bid. It's required by the grant assurance. So I just want to explain to the Commission why it is that we're very much in need of airport space in particular. Now, if this process gets tabled or it doesn't pass, we think that the need is quite strong, and we want to be here. And what we explain to the staff is that we'd like to be able to work on this, but if this turns into a 2, 3, 4-year process, despite how distasteful it would be for us, we'd have to look at other options. Now, we'd always service Pompano. We've talked about that. We've got a plan B. We walk and chew gum at the same time. So we would like to service Pompano, but I don't think Pompano would then get the economic benefit of us having the school here, having our hub here in Broward County. We'd have to look at another airport in order to do that. But this is our first choice. But again, as you all know, this process can take very, very long. I'm sure the city attorney can attest to that. It can take a very, very long time, and if it does, we would simply have no choice. So we, of course, are asking that the commissioners, vice mayor, mayor, pass this measure so we can move on to the next step and hopefully be considered under a lease for the subject property. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on item 17.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 18 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, adopting an environmentally sensitive lands ESL map amendment to remove 4 ESL designated sites located on the Pompano Beach Air Park, providing for a determination that a local planning agency hearing was held on January 22nd, 2025, providing that a transmittal and adoption public hearing will be held, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Once again, Ms. Dolan. You got to say something.
We just incorporate our previous presentation into this item, and we're available if there's any more questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none? Oh, wait. Here we go. Take your time. I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
I got good shoes.
Please just pull that down so we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. Once again, your
Good
name.
evening now. Good evening, everyone. I am Pastor Dr. Sherry Abram. My address is 704 Northwest 10th Avenue, right at I-95. I am so elated to be here to hear the idea of the BITS program. Now, I do understand, and I have stated earlier, that we love our animals, we love our air, we love our water. We should love each other. And if we love each other, we'll look at the fact that this is an opportunity for the underserved to be given an opportunity, as well as others that they have not had the opportunity before in Broward County. I have visited bits in Miami at Opelika. I go there because I'm prior military. I want us to understand it's just the first stage, the first step. And if we understand that, then we should approve 17, 18, and 19 without a shadow of a doubt, just to give the opportunity for these young people to develop their skills in a high-tech way or manner as we learn in the community more about educating ourselves in aviation, aeronautics, and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Drive. I just wanted to correct what was said earlier. Moving the tortoises nearby is bad. You move them further away, like you would move them like to Ocala. You have to, that's how they do better, and it's a big process. I also want to say that there are numerous organizations to consult, including Florida Forever, 1,000 Friends of Florida, and some other citizen organizations who should be able to weigh in on that. And I also want to point out that while I'm more than aware of the need here and why this particular land works, I also want to say that we just cleared out a whole bunch of land out at Harrah's, so we're already clearing land there, and I don't know where the trees are coming back, or when they're coming back, and there is a big difference between mature trees and newly planted trees. And somebody made the comment about letting parcels kind of go afoul and then saying, creating the problem. And we have certainly seen that happen in places, including in Palm Air. So I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you that when you do it, it has consequences, and you have to start thinking about what the consequences are and what the whole thing looks like in a broad scope. So maybe what you do here, you don't do something else somewhere else. Like, you have to keep your hands off of something.
Very good, thank you for that, appreciate it. Further input from the public? I feel we are in store here. Just name and address. That wasn't on the microphone, so.
No, listen. Okay, now listen. Over Vicente through Pompano Beach. Now, man, let me ask you something. How much land this is again?
It's a number of acres.
It's a number of acres?
Yeah, it's a number of acres.
Okay, I'm gonna go on the record and say this here. I would have appreciated if I saw some orange and green in here tonight supporting this item. So to this guy and to the board, orange and green is the color of this city. And that's Blanchard High School, for those who don't know what that is. To the manager, this item seems to be okay, but it's time to go now. I'm ready to go now, y'all. So let's wrap this up and call a vote, do something. But I need to, you know what I'm trying to say, man. I'm tired.
I hear you. Thank you. Appreciate your input, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, commission discussion. Commissioner Fessig?
I would just like to request that we do an environmental impact report, do a biological assessment, do a tree assessment and inventory. And I want to learn more about the presence of the threatened species and the critical habitats. And then I want to take that information and I want to be able to integrate that into making a decision that I feel will be able to make a responsible decision moving forward. So I'd love to make a motion to include those impact assessments, because this is a lot of land, and I'd like to just do our due diligence. And so I'd like to make a motion to include those assessments and studies.
Second.
Just out of curiosity, are those studies done before we build anything anyway? Ms. Dolan, I mean, is...
I'd like to do it before we change the land use designation, because in the county's documentation regarding urban wilderness park system, which part of the area is designated as such. These areas shall be dedicated in perpetuity as wilderness areas and shall be managed in such a way as to protect and enhance their basic natural quality for public enjoyment and utilization.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Dolan, could you answer that question? So are these studies, are they required anywhere else in this process, or is this something outside of completely outside of the regular process? I'm just asking a question.
Before we develop these wooded areas, whether on their ESL map or not, we will do an inventory to figure out what the mitigation requirements are. We will relocate any habitat for any critters that are there. We're not going to bulldoze any critters burrow while they're in them. So those things will be done before anything is developed.
So that's before it gets developed, but your motion is to do it before we even pass on first reading, or could it?
I would like to do the studies, so we have the information, and I would like them to be an independent study, not from Kimberly Horn, from different, and we can, find each one, and so that we can make sure that we're really doing our due diligence when we come to make a decision here. It's important that we do that, and I feel very strongly that no matter what, we should know what we're looking at instead of just we've had somebody come and hang out there for half a day and they identified that some of these things were there and some of these things weren't. I feel like we should do a little bit more work related to that.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, so I would like an environmental impact report, a biological assessment for the land. It's specifically evaluating the impact on local wildlife and threatened or endangered species. I would like to do a tree assessment and inventory to find out what percentage there is actually of native plants versus invasive plants and what that looks like. I'd like to consider the presence of threatened species and the critical habitats on the lands and find out what we can do to potentially protect them, even if we did move forward. And I'd like to just integrate all of those findings into a document that we can take that information is power, knowledge is power, and we can take that and we can then say, all right, let's say it works out, in favor of, hey, it's terrible, there's nothing in there, it's just all weeds. Fine, I would still probably be upset about losing the green space, but I would rather have an assessment done than an independent assessment done than just say, well, okay, and just take whatever I've seen at face value.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. It's a commission discussion. I mean, I'll just say that it sounds like we're going to be doing all of that.
Right.
As a matter of course anyway. This is changing the designation, but before anything happens, we can't just go out there with a bulldozer and bury a bunch of tortoises and destroy scrub jay habitat and take out hardwood forests. We can't do that stuff. We're going to have to go out there and do a full critter analysis, a full, tree analysis, and as Jean has already stated on the last item, or whenever the presentation was, any trees that are out there of any value, we're going to have to mitigate them. I mean, period. End of story. It's not like, well, okay, yeah, we won't worry about them now. No, we got to do it. I mean,
we'll have to do it in some areas, yes, but but we'll have to clean it up regardless. But the problem is not just the assessment. The problem is that if we change the designation, much like if we change a zoning use, it's not something you get back easily. So I'd like to make sure we're doing whatever we do it with all of the information so that we can make an informed decision and an intelligent choice with information that's been provided by a host of independent professionals.
Sure. Ms. Dolan, just out of curiosity, supposing we passed this and we went out there and discovered that there was some kind of a truly unique lizard, okay, that has never been discovered, but never been known before in the world. What would we have to do at that point in time? Can anybody answer that question? I mean, can we just say, well, okay, let's put it out in Palm Air and let's develop it anyway, or how does that work?
It will definitely depend on the type of species. If it's federally protected, though, during the process, the NEPA process that Jean mentioned, then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife would be heavily involved, and you'd have to go through consultation with them. It depends on the species. Mitigation is very often required. For example, the Florida bonneted bat, there's mitigation that you have to pay. It's a lengthy permitting process as well.
A lot of eyes.
Many.
A lot of eyes looking over the process to make sure that everything is done properly to preserve that species with correct habitat.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair enough.
Mayor,
Yes,
is it
Commissioner.
possible to get all these studies done before the second reading?
That's more, there's a time question there and there's a funding question there. So I suppose it's possible.
Well, we have, sorry.
Go ahead.
We have already the Florida Wildlife that called, they said they'd be happy to do a site visit, and they will create an independent one. I can't, obviously, they didn't say they were going to charge us for that. They just said they would stop by and give us their opinion, and they didn't want to be in politics, but they would give us their opinion of, they would give us a report of what they found. Since we would have to do that anyway down the line, having them do it ahead of the decision to change the classification, which would then change a whole lot of other things in terms of, like I said, you can't, it's kind of like, you're giving a developer rights away. You can't unwind that clock. And in terms of, I understand we're not gonna go and bulldoze anybody, but the thing is about the change. So I'd like to have the information before we make a massive change to our land use designation. And then, of course, even after that, even during the process after that, we'll still have to find the right mitigation strategy, but ahead of time. Sorry.
I'm not against what you're trying to get done, but
Trying to clarify.
I don't know that the removal of the ESL designation prohibits us from doing exactly what you want done.
It doesn't.
So we could move forward with this, and yeah, we want to know if there's that one lizard that lives there. Sure, we want to know that. Absolutely, I want to know that. I don't want to bulldoze a lizard. Heck, come on, no. But so we could keep the process moving forward on the timeline and still.
It's not the same.
I understand. I get
It's not the
it.
same.
I get it. I get it. I was just talking.
No,
that's
it's not
all.
the same. It's
Sure.
not the same. You cannot, you can't, you're gonna have to do some of these processes regardless, but we cannot remove the designation and then be like, oh, well, because then this has less weight. Sorry, I'm done. I'm trying to make that clear.
Sure, that's fine.
I
Vice
just
Mayor?
want to make sure we're clear that this will come back to us, but there's a long period of time before it does. So it's not, we're not changing that today. It's an ordinance.
We get 2 weeks. For this part, it's just 2 weeks. No?
No, it's not. It's not till September. So we have time. So I do agree that we should ask the city to maybe make a list and work with the city on what it is would give you and all of us more comfort. But we're not changing the designation today, and we're not changing it anytime soon. So we have some runway here, if you will. Sorry, it's getting late. To do some of this work, which I agree with. So maybe you can get with Jean and know that you have our support to get us some more of these studies, because I hear you loud and clear about the Kimley Horn, and while I completely respect you and all of your work, as an independent voice would make me feel more comfortable also. So maybe we can work on this over the next couple months in parallel process with everything else that is going on, because there is another vote on this in a few months, or 6 months. So, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the motion. I had Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure I'm clear when we're voting, if we're voting on the motion
Yes,
or the item.
No, the motion comes first.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Smith.
And I just want to add to what Vice Mayor said is this also goes to Broward County, and they're going to look closely at it too. So us passing it today as a first reading starts the process to Broward County, giving us the ability, as Vice Mayor mentioned, to get the study done in the next few months. But Broward County will be strict too. So it's not, we're not passing it on, and it's just going to be checked.
Commissioner Fessick.
Yeah, just one thing about that. I mean, unfortunately, when I first was sworn in, just before I was, there were some things that were done by the county that were pushing things along in a certain fashion. So forgive me that I haven't had enough experience, but so far my experience with moving things along, I would feel just, I know for me, I would feel more comfortable having these done before I can say yes to this. But and I understand this takes long time to have happen, but I think it's worth doing, so.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
What is the exact motion? Is it before first reading? What is the timing of this motion?
Studies.
She wants those studies done.
Yeah, I wanted the studies, so the environmental impact report, a biological assessment for the lands, specifically evaluating the impact on local wildlife and threatened species, tree assessment and inventory, protection of threatened species and habitats, so considering mitigation for those if they are found, and then to integrate those findings into our decision-making. So I'd like to have all of that information before I'm comfortable voting on the land use change. The ESL specifically.
This first reading or the second?
sorry, what?
This first reading of it?
Yes.
She wants,
This is the first reading. This is the first reading.
Okay.
So no, because the second reading is all the way down as in September, which is city commission. But in the meantime, we have months to prepare for this, but at the same time, what was submitted to the county for staff review for the county to look at, if we don't have all that information, and what I found so far, I found in a week of having documentation provided to me and starting to dig through this, I've found discrepancies. So if I would like to just have the information provided from professional sources before we move anywhere with the county.
okay.
But
Clear? Okay, Commissioner Smith?
I guess I'm still confused because I'd be willing to vote for doing a study, but I want to move our first vote today. I want that to happen this afternoon.
That's not the motion.
So your motion says it's before the vote. I can't support that because I feel we need to start the process moving forward. So if you change that one part of it, I can support it, but I can't support without today's vote. I feel we need to.
I'm happy to
move
change
forward.
that part. I just would like to do that with a caveat that as long as we resubmit to the county, if we find, we resubmit whatever we happen to find to the county as well. So that way the county also has the same information we have, because that's what seems to be the problem here. A lot of times we don't have the right information or people are missing information. So if we do this and we get the study, I would like the county to then also have the information that we get through these same impact reports. That make sense?
Okay, I'm sure.
I mean, we're submitting it to the county on March 3rd. So obviously, we're not going to get this done, this list of things done March 3rd. But when we do find it, I would like to provide that to the county as well.
Well, we've got Commissioner Smith. Are you finished? You're done. Okay.
So I'm happy to.
Let's go with Commissioner Perkins.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this. So I understand the motion comes first. Second, we vote on the ordinance. So the second reading will come to us in 2 weeks?
No.
Or
I'm
longer?
mistaken. No, it's September.
September 9th?
Oh, yeah, well, that's
September 9th,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm. That's the,
Okay, so, and you're saying we have to have this to the county for review by the 3rd of March, right?
doesn't give us much
2
time
weeks.
for a study.
Is it possible to do those studies in that length of time?
We can try.
We don't even know how much it is yet.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to try to see what I can do to help mitigate that too. Sorry.
Said to have the studies by the end of this, before second reading, not before March 3rd, right?
Your question again? What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I thought you were talking about, can we have it done by then? I think you meant by September 9th. Is that what you meant?
I think you were asking if we could have it done by March 3rd.
Yes.
No, not by March 3rd, no way.
Can't have it, but we can have it by September 9th. We can have it done by September 9th.
September 9th?
Yes.
We can try. We could shoot for that, yeah.
Okay.
But like I said, I mean, we don't even have a price tag on this yet.
We can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that.
All right. And I'll amend the motion to make sure that it says that we can work with the time frame allotted. To say all of the same reports, but that we, before our city commission second reading, that we have all that information, and I would ask that whatever information we have, we also provide to the county. That's it.
Okay. I've got Mr. Berman, he's waving his hand down there.
No, Commissioner got it. I was just going to suggest that you just amend the end to say all information from any studies provided to the county as part of their review. That's available. That's all.
That's exactly right.
Is that what you want?
Yes, thank you.
And for second reading, before second reading?
Yes, thank you.
So this can move on.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that amended motion seconded?
Yes, it was, I seconded.
Yeah, it was seconded, yes. Okay, further discussion on the motion? Anybody? Okay, let's call the roll on the motion, see what happens.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Sure, just hope it doesn't cost too much. Can you also, I mean, Mr. Harrison, yeah, can you, email the commission and let us know what this is going to cost before it gets initiated, if you could, just so we're aware, and
Yes.
where the funds are coming from also.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's, we're getting it.
Getting there, yeah.
Okay, back to the ordinance, discussion on the ordinance. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll. On item 18.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, thank you very much, appreciate it. All right. All right. Whew, moving on. Thank you guys for being here, and look forward to a good partnership with you all. Thank you. All right, item 19 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, creating a budget review committee, providing for membership, qualifications, terms, powers, duties, and for removal, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to direction from the commission, although I notice your name is spelled incorrectly in the resolution, and I'll make sure that's corrected. We're missing the E in Rex for some reason, I just noticed. This was based on the direction of the City Commission to bring forward a resolution to recreate the Budget Review Committee in the manner that it was recreated in the 2008 resolution. It is very similar, but I have provided for you to answer all the questions for the backup. The resolution creating the committee, the prior resolution terminating the committee, and the discussion minutes which provide information to all of you as to why that committee was terminated. Based on what I read in those minutes, I did add some additional language to this resolution that was not in the 2008 to provide for removal of any board members that are frequently absent or interfere with the work of the committee, in case that situation comes up, and that's based on the history that I read and you'll see in the discussion minutes. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Any questions? I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have at this time.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thanks for putting this on here. I did get actually quite a few emails after this discussion from residents who had wondered where this committee had went and just thought it was a good idea to reinstitute this. So I was surprised to receive those. And then in reading what had happened with the lack of quorum and some of that, what is the process for alternates here? Because in this, it looks like there's 6 members, and that's...
Well, to answer your question,
That's it?
the instructions I was given was to
Okay.
prepare a board or bring it back to you in the manner of the 2008, which did not have alternates. I would, and I thought about it, but I would suggest respectfully that this is a board that may not lend itself well to alternates. When you're doing budget work to bring in a substitute on a moment's notice who may not have the knowledge, unless the alternates are required to attend all committee meetings. So again, I followed directions specifically. I'm happy to amend it if directed by the commission.
No, I think that actually makes sense. But I just hadn't, like, so reading the backup of what had happened was interesting. So. Okay, thank you.
Further commission discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. All right. Moves on. Item 20 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Sand Spurs Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Todd Weston, said term to expire September 11th, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion.
Mayor?
I've got Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton. Then I've got
I would like to move the alternates up into the permanent position.
that would be Ann Ward.
That'd be Ann Ward.
Okay, Ann Ward has been nominated. Let's see, I've got Commissioner Fezzik, then I've got Vice Mayor. Further nominations?
I received an email asking us to potentially see if we could pause this and because it says there's only, most people are from District 3, as I'm reading this, along with one woman from District 1. Whoever is appointed will join. But just they're saying that they would love to have some more people from other districts if at all possible. So it was just an email I received. I just want to make sure it was read for the record.
Good. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I was nominating Ann Ward.
Ann Ward. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 21 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Sand Spurs Advisory Board of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Nancy Olson. Said term to expire May 15, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. Any nominations? I've got Commissioner Fezzik. Then I think I heard Vice Mayor. Commissioner Fezzik?
I'd like to nominate Lisa Katz.
Lisa Katz, District 1. Very good. Then I've got Vice Mayor.
Lisa Katz.
Lisa Katz. Okay. Any further nominations?
Yes, I'm just thinking that we had an additional alternate on here.
Yes, we called that person that expressed no interest to.
They're not interested.
Not interested to be a full member. They want to remain as an alternate.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor, Lisa Katz, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, on this item, due to Ann being moved up to full membership, I'll be bringing back an item to fill that seat. But now, what would happen is, I got her name now, the second alternate will be moved up to first alternate, and then that will create a vacancy opening for alternate 2.
Sure.
That item will be brought forward for an opportunity. So Commissioner Fezzik, whoever it is, can send in an application so that we can get that in.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Kerwin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There no additional audience to be heard?
No additional.
Very good. Next scheduled meetings we got are February 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m., regular City Commission meeting, followed by March 11th, 2025 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Perkins, do you have one of these?
Yes,
At your
sir.
desk?
Everyone
Okay.
up here have one.
All right.
Everyone
So
has.
I'm not going to steal your thunder, okay?
Your thing.
All right. So Russ gave me this card. I think each of you have one. This is Clean Streets out at the Highlands, February 13th. Each one have one of those?
Okay.
All right. And I've got something here that has come from HR, and I'm just going to read this. On behalf of Brightline Trains, Jim Larino, the Safety and Security Manager, commended our Street Maintenance Operation Manager Arthur Lindsay and the Public Works Department for their dedication. Arthur and his team of Mike Keys, Juan Puente, Ron Dozer Jr. repainted a stop line on Northeast 33rd Street at the FEC Railroad Crossing, a site of multiple train vehicle incidents in 2024 and earlier. They prioritize public safety over jurisdictional responsibility. This effort will help motorists know where to stop, enhancing safety at the crossing. That's going to go in each one of their HR files.
Very nice, thank you.
Got
Yes.
a few little bennies for that. So, little side note here, happy birthdays are in order for Commissioner Fessick on the 8th and Commissioner Perkins on the 9th.
Woohoo, happy birthday.
Almost Bobby's birthday. The CRA meeting for February has been canceled. We don't have any business to take care of on the 18th, so that meeting is canceled. And lastly, Kimberly, are you still here? All right, come on up here.
Otherwise, she wouldn't be.
Kimberly has been honored by the Fire Chiefs Association of Broward County. She has been named the 2024 Emergency Manager of the Year.
Wow, yes.
Did you want to give a speech or anything, Kimberly?
She should get an award just for sitting through this meeting.
Yeah, there you
All right. Okay, let's see if we can draw this out a little longer here. I'm finished, Mayor. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I reserve my report for rebuttal if needed? I just have a feeling. I have no report otherwise at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Alfred, City Clerk.
No report.
Very good. City Commission, Commissioner Fessick.
It'll be quick. I have just wanted to say, in light of today's item 4, Daniel Yaffe I just wanted to make sure that is recognized. He was serving the city of Pompano Beach for 25 years, and it would be really great if we did something nice for him for just recognizing all of his work. And maybe we do something extra. I'm not sure. I'll leave that up to you. But he did 25 years is an exceptional amount of time. So wanted to thank him for his service. Number 1. 2, on page 25 of the minutes, I wanted to make this quickly publicly known. Ms. Jocelyn Jackson had mentioned it was written in the minutes that Ms. Jackson mentioned a meeting at EPAT Larkins, and in the minutes it says that I was there and in attendance discussing city programs along with her and Vice Mayor Fournier. I'd like to clear it up. I was not at that meeting, and nor did I discuss anything with Vice Mayor Fournier and Ms. Jackson related to anything going on at the city. So I wanted to clear that up for the record, and I was told by Mr. Alfred that that was the best way to do that. And the only thing I have left is go Eagles. That's it, thanks.
Very good, thank you for that. All right, Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Rick, I thought you were going to mention the heritage, remembering the heritage. But anyway, let me just start with Blunt Road. I don't know who we speak to or how to get help for Blunt Road, but the sleeping out on Blunt Road with the blankets and the trash and the pillows and the blankets, some days are better than others, and we need to do something about that on Blunt Road. That is the hangout for most of our homeless people, but it's not a good look for those that's riding by or passing by. So I don't know who we would contact to see what we can do with the homeless sleeping out just right there on the sidewalk on Blunt Road, or just right there under the trees. We need to talk to someone. Do you have any idea who that might be, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager? Who we would contact to see what we can do to help clean up that?
Just have them call BSO.
Well, I'm saying the facility there itself, because I'm sure BSO can work with the facility as far as trying to do something.
They do.
Work together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. right, let's see what we can do with that. Secondly, I wanted to mention on MLK, if we can do something with the, on MLK Boulevard, if we can do something with the medium as far as landscaping. Everything there in the medium is pretty much everything that grows in a desert, and it's not a good look. It's very nice when you turn off of Dixie and you're right here in front of City Hall and look at the medium of how nice the landscaping is in the middle of the road. If we can get someone to really upgrade the landscaping on MLK, that would be awesome, needed. And last but not least, on Monday, February 17th, we're having Remembering Our Heritage. Monday, the 17th, is a federal holiday, which is President's Day. We are having a parade, the first parade, I guess, we've had in the city to recognize and honor the achievements of African Americans for Black History Month. So this is a parade, not a march, but if you prefer to march, you can. This parade, we have several people that we're trying to display in the Northwest community that really had an impact on helping in the Northwest community. We don't have a lot of history left. A lot of it has been torn down, but I still want to recognize some of those people that help in the Northwest community. A lot of people are not aware of how and why me and Pat Larkin's name, Mitchell Moore. People think it's one name, but it's two last names, Mitchell Moore. It's Cheetah Moore and Tony Mitchell. So those are some of the things we're trying to bring back with this parade so that we can inform people who's who and who did what in Pompano before a lot of us came along, and during the time we were involved as well. So we're looking at it being a great celebration. It will be the same route as the Martin Luther King route. The lineup is at 7:30. The march starts at 9 a.m., so we're asking all the churches to get involved, the fraternities, sororities, schools, all of the Masonic families to get involved into the parade, and just acknowledge someone that you think has made an impact in this community. And we're looking forward to it. The Grand Marshal will be Dr. Samuel Hunter. I think he's the second medical doctor who graduated from Blanche Ely High School, and he also built the building right there on Atlantic Boulevard, the health clinic. I think it was a $3 million building. So he built that back in the day next to Racetrack Road. We're bringing him back to say thank you for what you've tried to do for this community or doing for this community. So I want everybody to come out, enjoy themselves, and if you don't want to walk, just bring your golf cart. If you want to ride, bring your car. So if you want to bring your truck, ride with your truck and just try to honor someone that has made an impact. And hopefully everybody can learn something from this parade about those that came before us. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No report.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
I have a report. I'll cut it way back, so it's a lot of words. But I've been making an effort during our meetings to recap something that was positive, and I thought it was awesome. It started at the very beginning of the meeting, $50,000 from Cutting Edge that goes towards our homeless housing social services. That was just fantastic to see community come forward with that. Since we last met, I had a town hall out in District 5, and we had Austin Peak with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation. He brought a team, and we talked about coyotes living with wildlife. We had about 50 concerned District 5 residents come, and we found that getting rid of coyotes is not the solution, that they're actually afraid of us. So if we got rid of them or killed them off, which we won't, they actually have more young that's born when you remove people from the area, other coyotes from the area. So it actually is counterproductive. But what you can do is you can scare them off. So there's all kinds of scare tactics that you can use, and one of them is a hazing can, which is like a soda can filled with rocks that you shake. So I'm expecting to see people out in Palm Air walking the trails shaking a can and locking up your trash cans. So that was good, very good presentation, and thank you, Earl, for arranging that. I appreciate that. I also wanted to mention that thank you, Vice Mayor, for letting me know about FDOT's Atlantic Boulevard resurfacing. That started this week, and it's will be going on until the fall. So it'll be going from 27th Avenue to Andrews, and it'll be at nighttime. So the lanes will be closed at night. Single lanes, sometimes double lanes, but all of them will be at night. So as I hear more, I'm on their email list. As I get more information, I'll be glad to share that. And wanted to share something about community. And Saturday I walked with Tiger Trails Festival 5K walk. And I finished in 57 minutes. The winner finished in 18. But it was a lot of fun. It was a beautiful day. Parks and Recs did a great job. BSO did a great job. And Ed Phillips and his team of volunteers did a fantastic job with all of their events that went on in the last couple weeks. And closing with another Martin Luther King quote, kind of fits in with us taking the steps with the air park. Faith is taking the first step even when you can't see the whole staircase.
Very nice, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few things here, but I will try to be quick. I also wanted to make the same comment that Commissioner Fezzik did about my name appearing in the minutes when I was not at a meeting. So I don't think, I think what she had said was something like we had different meetings that night. So I guess, the page 25 of the minutes from the last meeting are not accurate. I was not at a meeting with Jocelyn. Okay, I want to say thank you to BSO for the tour of the Real-Time Crime Center. That was, I've been there a couple times in my first term, but it really is a remarkable change, and the technology that's integrated in there is really going to be helpful for preventing and solving crime. So thank you for the good work on that, and keep it up. Fly, Eagles, fly, Mark, but so we asked for a lot of information recently, and thank you to the city. I know it took a lot of time to produce it. It's taken me a lot of time to go through it, and I'm still working through certain parts of it. But I do have some serious concerns based on what I have looked at and the sample of things I've looked at. First, I have concerns about some of our historical procurement processes based on some of the information. So I consider make a motion that we change our procurement ordinance, but obviously until I can prove this to the rest of you, no one's really gonna care. So we'll just keep digging here until someone else starts to understand what's been going on. And so I am going to, I guess, ask, because this is just a sample of 3 contracts I pulled, or 3 POs from this morning, and it really was a sample. I clicked on 3 things and just started looking at them, and these 3 are all out of compliance. So I'm going, 2 of them were amounts that were approved greater than the budgeted amount, and one of them appears to be an electrical contract that never came to the commission for $131,000. So I guess I'm going to ask our internal auditor to take a look at these and see if these are anomalies or if there are real issues here. I also would like to ask for an outside legal interpretation of our procurement ordinance at this point, because I think it is confusing. I think it is out of line with what is standard in this county and in this area. And I think it's time we get a real interpretation of what's in there. So if you have a suggestion, I'm happy to pay for it, but it's important. So I will work with you, Mark, on that. But I need some additional external views on what we need to do here, because I think we obviously need to go back down to a more standard threshold like the rest of the county. We took out this, if it's higher than budgeted, that probably should have stayed in there. So there's a lot of changes that I think could really strengthen it. And especially if we find out that we've got issues with controls and actually even being in compliance with it, then I'm really gonna have concerns. Now, with respect to the contracts we received, the consulting contracts we asked for, that was absolutely fascinating. Mayor, you sign a lot of stuff. Maybe we need to consider at some point the signing authority and whether it requires, I don't know, at least a couple people's signatures on it so we don't have such asymmetric information here. But I am going to ask the city to, Mr. Harrison, to identify the 10 least productive contracts there, and I'm happy to do it, but I'm gonna, I guess, let you have a stab at it first and take that money and put it towards paving in our districts, because I cannot stop hearing about paving the roads. I know in District 1 there's issues, and in my district, and it took us so much effort at our budget hearing of this summer to find $50,000. And as I look at these contracts, it's comical that it took us that much effort to find $50,000 when we have this many contractors who I have questions about who many of them are, how they were selected, and if they're actually doing anything. Some of them I don't think we've heard from since they've signed a contract. So I'd like maybe your thoughts on the 10 least productive contracts, or I'm happy to put forth my views based on public records requests and other things about these contracts. But if we could identify the top 10 most useless ones, and maybe we can then put that money towards paving in our districts or something more important. The consulting contracts that we received. The hundreds of consulting contracts that we received. So I want to also say thank you to Ed Phillips and his family for all the Tiger Trail events, and there's still more of them, and they do a phenomenal job. And that is all I have for today. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I've just got a couple of things quickly. Tiger Trail Gala, great event. Thank you once again to Ed Phillips and the entire Tiger Trail Committee for putting those events together, of course, with the help of the city. The city is a big sponsor, and I know that our forces, Earl, and you're really involved, and Jeannie, you're really involved. So thank you to everybody for that, making the Tiger Trail events what they are, which is fantastic. Also, the Tiger Trail Festival, the big thing, is coming up this Saturday at 10. They've got a huge lineup scheduled. So be there or be square. Also, I just want to say thanks to Parks and Rec for putting on the Mayor's Chess Challenge again this year, but it was over at the Sam McDougal House this time at Centennial Park, and it was a great venue for it. It was great weather, of course, and we had a bunch of people out there playing chess, and it was a good opportunity for kids to get exposed to the game. Thank you for that. Just want to also say thanks to the Cultural Arts Department. On Sunday, I was over at the Ali Center for the Linda Houston Jones dedication plaque. For the we dedicated the sculpture in front of the Ali Center to Linda Houston Jones. It's those for those who haven't seen it. It's a dancer, a series of poses of one dancer, and of course with her Ashante dance school that tied in very nicely. But Linda Houston Jones, she did a great, terrific job for the city overall. Unfortunately, she passed away, but it was a very nice event. Had the family there and a lot of sorority sisters, and she really had a large impact. But Linda Houston Jones, she'll be remembered now with a plaque over in the Ali Center. That's it. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. This meeting is adjourned.